Alrighty. Good evening, good evening. What's going on, everybody? Keep pounding nation, where you at? It's time for another Carolina Panthers Talk live stream here on the YouTube, the Tube, and the Facebook. My name is Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. It is Wednesday, May 15th. Hope everybody has been having a good week so far. One second. What the heck? Just getting the word out to everybody. All right. But yeah, hope everybody's been doing well. So, it is official, ladies and gentlemen. The Carolina Panthers 2024 game schedule is live, and it is a rather interesting layout. A very interesting layout. So yeah, we're gonna dive into the schedule. I know we already knew who we would be facing, but now we know not only who we're facing, but when we're gonna face them. So yeah, got quite a bit to dig into for this evening. Uh, let's see. Just getting a couple of things set and ready. But yeah, um, definitely an interesting layout. Interesting, but to be honest with you, I'm not too surprised with how the schedule is. But I did let Corey and Mr. Carolina know, so they may be joining us. But yeah, we're just getting on here. But while we're on here, let me go ahead and let's actually run through the list. Now, I want to see if they also posted so just a heads up, we know that the preseason games will be the New England Patriots, then the New York Jets, and then the Buffalo Bills. So Patriots, Jets, Bills are our three preseason games. The Patriots and Bills, those will be away games, and the Jets game will be a home game. So those are the three preseason games for the Carolina Panthers. So Patriots, Jets, Bills. So all AFC teams for the preseason. Um Now with this schedule, just a heads up, but there aren't any primetime games scheduled for Carolina, but we do have one international game. So that's what
Hey,
we can expect.
what's going on, man?
Hey, you made it. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
Cool deal. But yeah, you just in time. But yeah, quite an interesting schedule. I don't know if you got a chance to glance at it, but
I did briefly.
okay. Well, yeah, we gonna dive in. We gonna dive in tonight. That's for sure. I'll also let Mr. Carolina know he is currently spending time with his wife, but he will probably join us later. So just a FYI.
Okay.
But so what I was just mentioning as you were getting on, so just to go ahead and get it out of the way, the three preseason games are Patriots, Jets, Bills in that order. Patriots, Jets, Bills. Patriots and Bills on the road, Jets at home. So I figured I'd just get that out of the way since, preseason's preseason. It's not as big as the regular season, but it is good to at least get an idea of who we're facing.
True, true, true.
So, unless you have any opening statements, I say we dive in to this regular season schedule.
Let me pull it up real quick.
Sure. Now, I will say there are a lot of folks that are surprised that we don't have any primetime games. I mean, we have the one international game in Germany, but we don't have any Monday, Sunday, or even any Thursday night football games. Which, if you ask me, that's not really a surprise to me. You know, I hate to say it, but it's not really that surprising to me. Your thoughts on that? Oh, excuse me.
1 minute. I'm setting up. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No problem. No problem. Take your time. But oh, let me not
I
go
got a
so
new
deep.
setup here, so I'm trying to get used to it here.
Oh, fancy. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Still trying to figure it out, so
But
uh uh okay. Where is my what the heck? Okay.
so
If it looks
um
weird here, just go with it, I guess.
okay. Um
To work on this one.
this could end up being a very special season perhaps for the Carolina Panthers cuz this is their 30th season in
Oh,
franchise history. It's
it is.
a
Hold
quite a
on.
big quite a big milestone. But yeah, 30 seasons. This is season number 30. The Dirty 30.
Uh 30 seasons is quite a bit. And we've had some success, we've had some craziness along the way, we've had some happy, sad. It's like a Disney roller coaster ride, but we're here.
We are here indeed. We've definitely come a long way, and at least in the midst of it, have established, an identity with the Carolina Panthers. Just, across different seasons, a lot of things have stood out. But maybe this 30th one might be special. Hopefully, what we see out there on the field is special.
True, true, true.
So,
Let me
as I
get this
said, we just
fill
have
up.
we just have the one international game, no primetime games.
Right.
So, I guess without further ado, shall we go in, or do you need a little more time?
I think we're good. My opening thoughts are that,
Yeah.
you know, don't expect us to make the playoffs this year, just even before we even look at this schedule. But if we do, it's a bonus.
Yes, I agree.
I'm looking at 7 to 8 wins here, just right off rip before we even look at the schedule. And if we hit 7 to 8 wins, get excited, folks, because that's a great sign that we're going in the right direction, and we're doing all the little things right to put ourselves in a position where we can get to the 10 win season in 25, and be a consistent winner. So, for me, are you willing to sacrifice one bad year in order to get to the promised land? One more bad year? Just one, folks? Are you? Because I'm there. What's
You're
one more year? When we actually have a plan this time. You
yeah,
know, and I feel like this is going in the right direction. If you look at this off season, we have picked up the right people. We have a map here. We know what we're doing. And it looks professional. It
y-
looks like we know what we're doing for once.
yeah. It's definitely off to a good start. Forest City Kitty, welcome to the stream. Says week one's going to be interesting. Keep pounding. It's a blessing to have an NFL team in the Carolinas for 30 years. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jerry Richardson, for that. It is an honor to be a fan of this team and to model both of our channels after your franchise.
Been been a fan since the beginning and will keep pushing forward.
Exactly. I am so proud to be a fan. You know, through the good, the bad, the ugly, and the tepper.
I like what you did there. I like what you did there.
Still here, baby. We're still here. We're
Still
going.
here, indeed. And we've seen a lot of ups and downs with this franchise. I mean, we've seen some ups, some downs, some really downs, some really ups. So, for all those, shout out to all the Panther fans that are still here to this day, still repping Keep Pounding, still repping Cardiac Cats, or whichever era you came in.
Facts.
Shout outs to each and every one of y'all. Let's
Hmm.
keep this going. We've gotten close to a Super Bowl, but let's not give up hope. Might take a while, but keep on believing. Like Sam Mills said, keep pounding.
That's right. We will get there.
We will get there. Okay,
Uh,
2024.
Everybody
Oh,
on Facebook. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. We got David Screws in here.
hey,
He,
hey.
uh, here's a point: we don't even deserve the Germany game. That's how I feel. If we don't deserve a primetime game, why do we have a Germany game? Ooh,
Good
sorry, I'm
question.
a little sour about no primetime game. Fair point, man. Fair
That,
point.
yeah, that is it's a good question. I mean, I
I
mean,
I can't really argue with that. My worst fear about that Germany game was the fact that it was going to be the Kansas City Chiefs. I had odds on the Chiefs the whole way through this whole offseason, just thinking it was going to be KC. And I was like, oh no, because the Panther fans in Germany don't want to see a blowout. But they also, want to come out and support their team, and they only get one shot to do it. So I'm thankful that it was not KC. That information was leaked early this morning. It was the Giants.
yes, that's correct.
Thank God.
Because if it was KC, oh my
You guys
God.
are going to get to see a good game over at Germany.
Yeah. Yeah, if it would have been KC, that oof. Oof.
Oh my God. That would be an impossible choice for Panther fans in Germany.
Yeah. um Unfortunately, I just saw the post on this, but it's official that the Carolina Panthers are the only team without a scheduled primetime game.
Wow.
Yep.
We're the only ones? How
We're
was
the
that possible?
we're the only ones according to Joe Joseph Pearson on X. Yeah, we are the only NFL team for this upcoming season without a scheduled primetime game. Ouch.
Mm. David wanted it to be KC. He says maybe I'm crazy. Maybe a little
Really?
bit.
You,
Maybe
you know,
just a little bit.
you know
I'd
what?
be
I can shout out to David Screws. I love the optimism. He's ready for things to get back on track. I totally get it.
yeah. I do too. You know, you you coming in with that positive energy, and I love it, man. You know, you're just a year too early. You know what I'm saying? Just a year too early. Because when we start popping off in 25, it only takes one more off season, guys. One more. We're
Yeah.
right on track. We're right on schedule. We'll definitely talk about that running back room and all of that extra stuff, after the schedule release stuff. But we want to get to the main event here before we start talking semantics.
Yes, indeed. So let's go ahead and dive right in.
Alrighty.
Week 1, we are opening up on the road against the division rival New Orleans Saints. 1 p.m. game.
This is a 1 p.m. game. In the dome
In
in
the
New
dome.
Orleans. My whole thing is like, look at our track record in the dome in New Orleans.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. That's why I'm thinking like when I was first looking at like the the opponents before the official schedule release came out, I said there's no way we're winning that one. We're splitting with the Saints at least. If not taking both L's.
Yeah. Um
I just don't see a win on the road opening it up.
it's really interesting because in 2022 we swept the Saints, and then last season they swept us.
Yeah.
So I could see this being a split between us and the Saints. Um,
Thinking and the new additions for the Saints are really interesting
right.
because they got Chase Young, they got Nathan Peterman, uh, Demario Davis,
Hmm.
Tyrod Matthew is now signed through 2025.
Yikes.
Yeah, and on the 8th of January, they signed a whole bunch of people to reserve future contracts.
Oh, interesting.
Uh, bunch of no names really that I'm not familiar with. But as far as like, they're not people that would make a difference immediately.
Right, right. Uh,
But like I was saying in the group chats a couple days ago, everybody has a name on this roster, whether it be a 90-man roster, practice squad, whoever it may be. Don't just say, oh, well, it's a nobody. You know, these guys took the time, the energy, the blood, sweat, and the tears to get to the NFL. You know,
hmm.
I think it's worth learning about these guys, don't you? Even if they don't last, at least let's learn about them. Let's find out who they are.
Yeah. And any given day, somebody that you're least familiar with blows up into a star.
Right. I mean, look at Brenton Burson. Nobody knew who that dude was until we made the Super Bowl. Perfect example right there. Nobody knew who Effie Abada was when we got him from over in the London Exchange. Nobody had a clue who he was until he got his opportunity. So you just never know.
Yeah.
Who is going to be the next Effie Abada on this roster? You're going to find out in preseason, ladies and gents. That's why I encourage you watch the entire preseason games,
Oh
top to
yeah.
bottom.
Get your eyes on some of these on some of these folks, especially
The
those
last
that you
two
aren't familiar
minutes,
with.
the last 2 to 4 minutes of the fourth quarter of these preseason games, some of these guys like Effie Abada will get an opportunity, and that's when you find your hidden gem, you, your future hidden gem. So that's
Now,
why I do pay attention to these future contracts and stuff like that. I pay attention to everything because one day it might make a difference. One of these guys might get signed to us.
hmm now, one of the things I do want to mention is we have not won our opening week one game since 2021.
That's correct.
So it would be nice to open up with a victory, despite
Uh,
this being in New Orleans.
have the Saints signed all of their draft picks yet?
That's a good question. Um,
I think they have.
you know,
I think the biggest people to worry about is again Alvin Kamara. You
right?
know, Olev. Keith Kirkwood is now a New Orleans Saints
Yep.
wide receiver.
And don't forget,
So
they
keep
still
that in
have.
mind.
I think they still have Jamal Williams, so they still got that
That's correct.
running back combo. Um,
They've got Rashid Shaheed from the Broncos.
mm-hmm.
He came over from the Broncos. A.T. Perry,
Yep.
Trevor.
Olave.
So I mean, there's still some weapons here. Even though you got Derek Carr leading this thing, which I mean was relatively unimpressive with the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing with the Raiders is it that is a highly competitive division. If you are not winning games in the AFC West, you're not going to last long. Your
Right.
coaching job is at risk within 2 years. Your quarterback contract is at risk within 2 years. That's how strictly they take that stuff. They take that stuff very seriously,
Mm-hmm.
especially with KC winning the whole thing. So you got a highly competitive Raiders and Chargers team, fighting.
Right.
Raiders have been stagnant. Therefore, Derek Carr got shipped out, because he
Yeah.
didn't win games. But we all know that he has a lot more talent than that. But the thing is, like he was stuck in that competitive division.
Yes,
So
indeed. Very
what
competitive.
if he goes over to say the Saints or the Buccaneers, he might have a lot more of an easier time with a good line and good weapons like the Saints have. So he could be the second best quarterback in this division, in my opinion.
That's
I Some people are going to say Penix Jr.
mm-hmm.
I'm going to say Bryce Young.
Interesting.
I'm going to go outside of the box here and say Bryce Young because look at our offensive starting five. Look at our weaponry now. Look at our game plan. That from what I'm hearing, it didn't even take them very long to learn. So now you've got an overcrowded running back room. There is no excuse why this dude can't do something. And don't give me, oh, he's too short. He's too short. Stop that.
Yeah, that's getting old.
The funny thing is, these same people uh, that want to hate on Bryce Young, next thing I hear, when you actually challenge him and you ask him, why do you hate Bryce Young? Or what makes you hate Bryce Young? And they go, oh, well, he didn't have any. We don't hate Bryce Young. He just didn't have any offensive line protection. He didn't have a coaching staff. He didn't have the system. It was like, isn't that interesting? That's what I've been saying all year.
Right, right.
Now you're trying to switch your now you're trying to switch your order up. imagine you're in the order in the drive-through line at a doggone McDonald's and you're trying to switch up the order, after you've already ordered. It don't work like that, bro.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. You can't do that anymore. Stick to a story and be done with it. Either you don't like the guy and admit it, or oh, there's actual legitimate reasons why he did not succeed. Hmm, who would have possibly thought of that one? You
Fair
know,
point. Fair point.
this ain't Burger King, guys. You can't just change up your story. You can't have it both ways. So, I mean, Bryce haters, I'm calling y'all out right now.
Uh oh.
Stop this. I'm calling y'all out on that one because I've been saying this same stuff all year. Now you finally want to join the train? Welcome aboard. But it's a little late now. That's all I'm saying. So getting back to Derek Carr, I think he will be the second best quarterback in the NFC South this year.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And I think Penix Jr. will be number three. There's a little bit of a quarterback issue in Atlanta. We'll get to that in a little bit. But
Uh
you got Jameis Winston behind Derek Carr, and we saw what Jameis Winston is capable of, and more importantly, what he's not capable of already. Even with this weaponry, come on, it's Jameis Winston. Who's scared of Jameis Winston?
oh wait, he's not with the Saints anymore, bro.
He's not.
Nah. Nah, he's with the Browns.
Oh, okay. In
Yeah.
that case, they got Taysom Hill.
Yeah. But they also did draft I believe Spencer Rattler.
Ooh, okay. Spencer might be a threat.
So I'm sure
Once
him
they
and
coach him up, he might be a threat.
yeah. So they'll probably work him
Travis Fulgham
into
not be
the
in that spot.
preseason.
Saints got him. That's twice a year we got to deal with him in the future, man.
Yeah. Damien says Bears Panthers rematch gonna be fun. Uh oh.
Oh yeah, it is. We're winning this time. We're winning this time. We beefed
We
up this
better.
roster.
Shoot, we better.
This
Shoot.
ain't gonna be the same old Panthers roster you saw last year. This team's gonna come in there with a fire and a chip on their shoulder this time. Y'all better be ready, because we're about to go on the prowl. We
Oh,
hunting security birds too.
oh, and I better not hear no excuses about no offensive line, offense here, offense there, because y'all decided to keep the same coaches.
Yep, yep, yep.
I'll just say that. But may the best team win.
Facts. When Clowney blows up your quarterback, I don't want to hear it.
So, what you thinking? Week 1. Saints win or loss?
That's unfortunately going to be a loss. I mean, essentially, they've kept most of their most dangerous defensive players, and they
Mhm.
added Tyrann Mathieu.
Mhm.
So this is going to be dangerous. Walking in there, week one. Um, I just I can't see a win here. If Tyrann Mathieu has even a sliver of the skill he used to, we're not throwing it deep. That's just a fact. We're gonna have to play hooky, and game management for most of that game.
Yeah, to
You,
be
we
honest
got to
with
play keep away with that dude, man.
to be honest with you, I hope I'm wrong, but just with the history of how things have been and just with this type of start, I got a feeling it's also going to be a loss at first.
Yeah,
Because, I mean, honestly, these first 5 games are rather rather interesting, especially with the next three.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, we're both in agreement. Saints week one loss.
And keep in mind, any of these losses I've already thrown out the book on. I'm not even worried about it. I'm not going to get upset if we take those L's, because this year's a wash. Let's just let's be honest and call it what it is. It's a wash. We got to rebuild, and we got to finish that rebuild with this 2024 season and the 2025 off season. So I'm not even going to get mad. Whoever we lose to, we lose to. It only helps us in the draft order to get what we need to finish this thing. So, if it happens to be the Saints, so be it. I'd rather we get that win right there, but I just don't see it.
Uh,
Oh,
Damien says I ain't worried. We still got y'all's extra draft pick. Win or lose that game, we still win no matter the outcome. Well, shoot, if you're going into it about it that way, you might as well not even watch the game.
if you really look at it, we've got 9 draft picks next year.
Come
Nine,
on, come on, Damien. Where's your
9 picks.
competitive spirit, dude? What the heck?
So who's really winning? Who's really winning out of this? Because we got a first round pick next year.
Damien, where's your competitive spirit? What the
Oh, I'm
heck?
sorry. Weren't you people in Bears Nation the ones complaining about the fact that have going absolutely ape about the fact that you got our first round pick? We got a first round pick next year. How about them apples?
Oh,
And I guarantee you, we're gonna pick our guy, and we're gonna get our guy because Dave Canellis and Dan know what they're doing. What about you? Who'd you draft?
all I'm saying is he said it
What
doesn't
did you
matter.
do with our
He
number
doesn't
one pick?
matter the outcome. Okay, okay. We'll
What
see.
did you guys? No, 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 no. Let's not dance around this. What did you guys do with that number one pick last year, this year, huh? That you got from us? Got anything good for us? Because to me, if you're gonna take a pick one round one from us, you better get your guy.
Well, I
And we're
got a
talking about the Bears team that was like dead set on Justin Fields, who did absolutely nothing.
Damien says I have no hopes in our season only because Bears don't develop quarterbacks. I
Well,
mean,
all of that starts with your management, just like it did here in Carolina. Start fixing that management.
yeah, I mean,
It starts with the GM, the head coach, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator. What y'all gonna do about that? Because at this point, if you don't, if your owner doesn't care, nobody else is gonna care.
yeah,
Yeah,
that much is true.
and I use the example of Arthur Blank from Atlanta because this dude did not care at all about the Atlanta offensive line at all. He was already putting every quarterback that came into Atlanta at risk, including Matt Ryan. You want to know why this dude hasn't won 3 rings and has three Lombardi sitting in Atlanta right now?
What's
Look
that?
to the teams that Arthur Blank has been hiring. Need I say more? That dude could easily match up with Peyton Manning, all of these guys, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. He would easily be up there with everybody and put up the same numbers. Yet, oh, Matt Ryan is terrible. Matt Ryan is this. Matt Ryan is that. Okay, well, let's look at his yardage, shall we? Consistent. And when he finally got his offensive line in 2016, look what he did. But the Patriots, being the Patriots, of course, did what they did. So all I'm saying is, any quarterback that you bring into Atlanta, give him a line.
Yeah, give him a line.
That's all I'm saying. Give them a line and watch what they do. They've
So
already.
so in that aspect, Damien, in your history of, being a Bears fan, who who has been your quarterback that has played for the Bears? Who has been your quarterback? I'm actually curious to hear your take on that. While you're thinking about that, on to week 2, our first home game of the season, 1 p.m. at home against the LA Chargers.
Shout out to Corey Rucker on Facebook. Shout out to Heat3. Heat3 says we didn't get a game. Sad. New England should definitely have a Sunday night game. Fair. David Screw says, did the NFL do this on purpose? Only team with no primetime game. Not to mention we go against Brian Burns in Germany. Coincidence?
The
Fair point.
the setup.
Fair point. I mean, that makes for some good television over there. It does. It sells jerseys. And I mean, you want to market the NFL over there, you want to market drama too. A little bit
Yeah.
of drama.
Oh, they'll market some
You got
drama.
it. That's good though. I like that. Plus, it's a favorable matchup for us too. You know, we're not going to really have that jet lag going on. We can go and kick their butt. You know. But yeah, getting back to the Chargers. Okay, let's see what the Chargers are working with because I haven't done too much research on.
So it makes me the first thing that kind of pops into my mind, and I know probably the main thing folks may say is don't let last year's record fool you, which is a fair argument. While they
Correct.
while they did finish 5-12, they have been plagued by injuries. And,
Right.
Justin Herbert didn't play the whole season healthy. So,
Yep. 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 Yep.
although to be fair, the last time we played the Chargers, a couple of years ago, we did beat them. But, that was back when Justin Herbert was really starting to get going. Um,
Oh wow, they traded Keenan Allen to Chicago for a fourth round pick.
yeah, that they did.
Oh, did they get their weapon in the draft?
But you know what's scary? Look at their wide receiver core. Look at the years of drafting. Jalen Johnson,
Oh wow,
Quentin Johnston, Lad McConkey, and then
they
they
released Mike
brought in
Williams.
DJ Chark.
Whoa, 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 whoa! They released Mike Williams.
Oh,
Where
did
did?
they really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Uh, on 313. Yeah. Where did he go to? That.
Uh, you said Mike Williams?
Yep.
The Jets.
Oh wow, that's right. He wanted to play with Aaron Rodgers. Um, Also, the Chargers re-signed Hayden Hurst,
Oh, interesting.
and they got Bozeman. They signed Denzel Perryman. Let's see what other big names do we see here. Um, are you familiar with running back Jarrett Patterson by chance?
No. The only running backs I see on there that kind of stick out are J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards.
For some reason, I remember that name, Jarrett Patterson. I don't know why.
Oh
I was.
yeah, that's right. They drafted Joe Alt.
Yep, yep, yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
They
Joe
also
Alt,
wide
and they
receiver
still
one.
got Rashawn Slater. Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah, they addressed their offensive line. They addressed everything really. So I mean, the Chargers loaded back up. It's good to see that. Somebody's got to compete with KC out there in the West because it ain't going to be the Raiders. The Raiders are staying stagnant, and Denver's well, Sean Payton.
Oh yeah, that's right. Don't they have Khalil Mack?
Did they
Yeah.
get Khalil Mack?
Yeah, Khalil Mack and Joey
Oh,
Bosa.
wow. All right, Denver might be loading up a little bit. Keep your eyes peeled. That's interesting.
Damien says the only quarterback I had faith in was Jay Cutler and Fields, but I don't know. Okay, I'll give you that. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
Jay Cutler, I mean, one-time Pro Bowler. Um,
It was interesting. He was an interesting person to watch.
like with Jay Cutler, like there were some games that he would just be like he will just go off on one game and throw like 6 touchdowns, and then like the next game he'll throw like 4 or 5 interceptions just randomly. Like I don't know, it was weird with Jay Cutler. Something about momentum, but um
Okay.
to be honest with you, I feel like a healthy Chargers team is gonna really be a problem.
Yep, I agree. That's a loss. Not to mention the fact that they just signed Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
That's their
And
coach.
he's fresh off his national championship win with Michigan.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Eaton.
You want a competitive staff that's going to compete in the AFC West now? You got it with Jim Harbaugh. Nicely
Oh
done,
Lord.
Chargers. Nicely done. They're going to be a threat. And they went 10 wins last year, too.
Yeah.
I just want to remind people that was a thing. So, no, let me see who they had last year. So they started out with a loss to the Dolphins, they lost to the Titans, they beat the Vikings, beat the Raiders, lost to the Cowboys, lost big to the Chiefs, of course, beat the Bears, beat the Jets, lost to a very dangerous Lions team, and you saw how far they went.
Yeah.
Lost to the Packers without Aaron Rodgers, I might add.
Right, right.
That new quarterback of theirs is doing pretty well. He's holding his own. They lost to the Baltimore Ravens, and the Ravens are always a threat when it comes to Week 12 and beyond. When that game is in Baltimore, you're in trouble.
Right.
Yeah, you're already in trouble before you even kick off. They beat the Patriots 6-0, and they lost to the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton finally finding his groove, with Russell Wilson.
Right.
Took it forever. The Raiders took them to the cleaners 63-21 in week 15.
Oof. Nasty.
Yeah. That looked like a Madden score right there.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And they lost to the Bills, very dangerous McDermott team.
Right.
Lost to the Broncos, and finally lost to the Chiefs again.
Mhm.
So I mean, they that was a 5-game losing streak to finish out the year. So
Yep.
these guys are going to have a chip on their shoulder coming out next year.
Oh yeah.
So, who's their first game coming out? It's the Raiders. Oh boy.
Yeah, they open up at home against the Raiders.
Oh boy. Raiders, I hate to say this, but this is not going to be a good game for you guys.
Yeah.
Strap in. these guys are going to be pissed when they come out of the gate
Yeah,
because
no kidding.
they remember those 5 games and they've been sitting on them all off season. That's been stewing, and they're going to remember that 63-point blowout too. That's going to be. I actually kind of want to watch that game. Too bad it's at the same time as ours. Shoot.
Yeah. Um,
Mm.
but you're in agreement of loss
Yeah.
for Chargers.
Oh yeah, that's a 2-0 start for the Chargers right there, and then they got the Steelers next before they get to the Steelers.
Damian
2-0.
also said, "Oh, and Kyle Orton." Kyle Orton. I mean, his last year that he had with the Bears was pretty decent, but Kyle Orton has never really been. I mean, I'm not gonna say he was a trash quarterback, but he was never anything special, if you ask me. But
Right.
that's.
Oof.
Okay. Next, and actually, shout out to my dad on this one because he's actually considering me and him possibly taking a flight to this game because this here, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the very first time the Carolina Panthers will play in Vegas. Week 3 on the road in Vegas against the Las Vegas Raiders
In the new stadium.
in the new stadium. This is a 4 o'clock game.
Okay, 4 o'clock game. I got you. I got you.
I mean, I'll look into it. I mean, if he's interested, I wouldn't mind going. September 22nd. Yeah, shoot, I might try to go. If he really wants to go, I might try to go.
I'll be streaming that day, so obviously.
Yeah, hopefully flights to Vegas won't. I don't think that's too bad, but then again, it is Vegas,
Right.
so
Right. Right.
I'll have to look into it. But
If
Las
you get a
Vegas
chance to check it
Raiders.
out, man, take some pictures of that new stadium of theirs because it looks amazing.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it, and just from what I've seen on
Oh my
TV,
god.
it's a beauty.
Yeah, send me some pictures of the inside of that thing. I'd love to see them.
Cool deal. Um, Now another team. It's been a while since we've beaten them. Um, and they finished last season 8-9.
Yeah, this has been a very stagnant Raiders team. I mean, they're strong enough to beat half the league, the bottom half of the league, but at the same time, they've been stagnant, which is not good for them in the AFC West. With the
So
Chargers getting 10 wins every year and the Chiefs just dominating the division.
yeah. So I mean,
They've got to find a way to improve and up their game. Otherwise they're going to get left behind.
right. Now,
Uh,
I will say this, as crazy as this sounds, I think we have a shot at them. I actually think we have a shot. But it's going to depend on a couple of things. First off, they're kind of in another quarterback carousel because I mean, they
mhm.
got Aiden O'Connell, they got Gardner Minshew. Um,
See what the Raiders have.
Running back Alexander Madison, Amir Abdullah, a familiar name. Uh,
Wait, wait. Devontae Adams.
that's a threat.
Yeah.
Michael Gallup, a healthy Michael Gallup can be a threat.
Ab-
Jacoby Myers. Oh yeah, that's right. They did draft Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia, as their number one. Oh, dude, they also got JPJ, Jackson Powers Johnson.
That's true.
Oh, geez. Okay. Well,
I'm glad to see he went to a team where he could be useful. You know what I mean? Like if we weren't going to draft him, I'm glad to see that he at least found somewhere he could call home and do something immediately.
Yeah,
I feel like we were never going to have too much of a shot at him anyway.
right,
Um, but yeah, the dude's 6'3", 334 pounds from Oregon.
right.
Big, big athletic dude. He's going to be around in the league for a while.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Let's see. Who else do we have here?
Um,
Zamir White. Oh, they have Byron Young from Alabama, the defense tackle.
oh yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And of course Max Crosby, he's a threat.
Yep.
Um,
Ooh, they have Will Putman.
they have Marquand McCall.
They have Will Putman.
Familiar
The
names.
center from Clemson, backing up Powers Johnson.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, to be fair, I was not that much of a fan of the offensive line from Clemson last year because it looked like trash, and it did lead to half of the problems that the quarterbacks were having.
Uh-huh.
And you saw like transfers happening, with one of them, and I forget where he ended up, but it was not a good year, and we ended up, uh, well, for us considering our standard, nowadays under Dabo Sweeney, it was
Hmm.
not a good year, but we did win a bowl game, I believe, and
Oh,
that,
okay.
that that worked out for us, but yeah, me being a Clemson fan, of course.
Hmm.
But I just distinctly remember like seeing like the quarterbacks just throwing it off target and just not knowing where they're supposed to be throwing it and everything else. And it just looks sloppy
Oh, for real?
compared to our standards of a typical Clemson year. You've seen what we're capable of when we're going full gear, under Deshaun Watson or a Trevor Lawrence, you know,
Yeah.
and and it definitely did not look like that. So half the problem was that offensive line, and I've been calling it out all year. Nobody
Yeah.
wanted to hear it, in any of the chats, and I'm like, okay, suit yourselves, be dumb, but I'm trying to call you guys out and say this is what we need. I'm not saying that these are like very smart gentlemen,
Right.
and very intelligent gentlemen, but and good people, but they're just not it. You got to find something better.
Right. Right.
Any of those offensive linemen, I don't vouch for, such as Will Putnam.
Hmm. Fair enough. Um,
Everybody else, I will.
let's see. Damien says, which team scares y'all the most? Easy. The Chiefs.
Yeah, yep, that's an easy one. Uh,
Um,
Getting to my chat, David Screw says, just now thought about this. We have we will have full weeks, no short weeks. That means more preparation. This might be a bonus.
that's a
Starting
good
to no primetime games.
that's a
Yeah,
good
the
point.
have no short weeks is because we're going to Germany.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
point.
why. So the jet lag counts it as a short week.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Different time zone. Yep, that is
The
a
jet
good point.
lag is time zone. But it does give us a few more hours to prepare ourselves, as opposed to like what we would normally add.
Right.
So,
Um,
well, a day or two, count it. Thanks, NFL might actually help speed up the progress. Also, mm, it
maybe.
might. It might actually. Going over
Hmm.
to Germany, I mean, that game is going to be a win for us anyway against the Giants. So, considering that right now, a very winnable game. I think possibly the second most winnable game on this roster on this schedule so far.
Hmm.
Um, so really, that's a progress builder game,
Yeah.
and, and it's also a way to show the German fans, hey, we're actually doing something.
Yeah.
We're not sitting on our
That's
hands here.
that's one of the objectives.
Yeah, so they
Um,
get to see that in person. That's a good thing.
so you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Raiders will be a win.
That's a 50-50 for me. That's a trap game because that and I think when the who else did we have? Um,
That might be my one upset pick of the whole season.
that's what I agree. I agree. If we can pull it off, then yes. I'm very optimistic. We have a 60-40 chance of winning that game, based on what we did with our roster.
Right.
If we were still running with the old roster, I would have said no way. But and with the old coaching staff. But now with the newly revamped team and the new coaching staff, a lot can happen, you know, in those
Yes.
first 2 weeks. Injuries will start to settle in, around that time. Patterns will start to develop. You'll start to see like who's doing what, whether it's a healthy or an unhealthy pattern.
Right.
You know, that's when you'll know, okay, here's where our strengths are, here's where our weaknesses are. So going in, eh, the Chargers are a good test, to open up our weaknesses so that we know what they are going into the Raiders game
Agreed.
with the L there. So I think this is a very good thing that the way they set that schedule up between the two. I like this, to be honest.
Okay.
Um,
So,
we're going to go in like 0-2, and that's not going to be a surprise,
hmm,
you know. But if we can get that dub, I see something there. I see something there, man.
so
It's the start of that 7-win track.
so you're leaning towards Dub.
I am, yes,
Okay.
but it could also be a trap game too. So watch out. If we don't come in fully decked out and fully prepared to play this game and giving it our full attention,
Hmm.
then the Raiders will take that win. So
Fair.
you cannot sleep on this team. I've been warning people for years now. Don't sleep on the Raiders. Just because you see an 8-win record doesn't mean you can sleep on this team. Because
Exactly.
everybody in the bottom rank.
And they almost made the playoffs too. They were only the, second in
Yes,
their division. So,
they are always in the conversation every year,
right. But
every single year.
but I truly do
But
believe that could, be a upset. That's my upset pick.
yeah, and being in the conversation is not enough if you're a Raiders fan right now. You got to be thinking, okay, the Chiefs just won the Super Bowl back-to-back years. Where is our playoff berth? We've got to start competing now.
Yes.
And that's where the sense of urgency comes in with the Raiders like every year. That's why you see a high turnout rate with players and coaches. Because people are getting fed up with it in their own fan base.
Right.
They're enough's enough. Like, where is our 10-win season that the Chargers are getting? Where is our playoff berth?
Hmm.
Where's our wild card?
Yeah.
It's non-existent for the past how many years? Time to make changes again.
Yeah. No kidding.
Like, at some point, they've got to break that glass ceiling. And when they do, watch out. That's a dark horse in the wild card right there. in the playoff.
Agreed.
The
Definitely.
Jags will get it first. The Jags will become a power team first, but the Raiders are on the doorstep. So do not sleep on this team, or you will regret it.
Fair point. Fair point.
Just easily turn into an L if we're not fully uh, coming out full steam.
Fair point. Fair point. Okay. And then after the Raiders, we will go back home on September 29th, 1 p.m. to take on the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, let me tell y'all this. Not only do not let the record fool you, but don't let the fact that Joe Burrow missed the rest of the season after the first half. Don't forget, this Mr. Browning came in and they were still able to coast their way to a 9-8 final record, just barely missing the playoffs.
Mm.
So just imagine what this team will do healthy.
And
Now,
the thing is, this is a very very dangerous team. As
yes,
um, you still got a lot of weaponry here. Joe Burrow, when he comes back, is going to start slinging it.
yep. Don't forget, y'all, this is somebody that not that long ago played in a Super Bowl.
Yep, and he's not done yet. He got a taste of it, and he wants it again.
Oh, yes. That is somebody
Mighty hunger for
you do not want him back in the playoffs. Joe Burrow, I do not be surprised if Joe Burrow ends up being comeback player of the year.
I'm saying it right now. If Cincinnati ends up playing a fully revamped Jacksonville team, like fully decked out Jacksonville team, that's going to be a titanic battle.
Yeah,
I'm ready for it. I want to see that because I want to see both of them at full strength going at each other. That's going to be fascinating to me.
yeah. And not to mention, don't forget, this was a Cincinnati Bengal team that last time played us
Yep.
mopped the floor with us.
Yep. Yep. They were coming in full steam. Full
Yeah.
steam. And
Not
they've been hitting everybody like a truck.
not to mention that was a year we had dang on Steve Wilkes, 42-21 defeat.
I called that an L even before they came into town. I already knew what was coming at us. I was like, nope, that's an L. Gracefully take that L and move on. Lick our wounds and move on. Because there's just no way we're taking this.
The fact that Baker Mayfield had 2 touchdowns and no picks at that game, I felt like they just let us have that just to say we could have something.
Yeah. They've got Jamar Chase. I mean, this is a fully loaded team
Yeah.
from top to bottom. And it took them 2 to 3 years to fully do that. The same amount of time we're taking right now to fully load our team. Um, did they trade T Higgins? Did that happen yet?
It hasn't happened yet.
So T Higgins is still out there.
Yeah, he's still out there.
Interesting. All right, real quick in everybody's chat. Do you want to see T Higgins come here? Yes or no? Regardless of what it would take to get him here.
My main question is his health. That's really what makes the decision
He'll
hard for
be
me.
fine. I'm not worried about his health. He'll be fine. Dude's a workhorse. Now, once we get to the answer to that question, then I'll talk about how much it's going to take to get him here.
Hmm.
And we've discussed this before, but I think now is the time to start revisiting that. because we've got the draft picks. We've got what we need
Yeah.
to go in. Guns a blazing to get everything else that we need in 2025 offseason.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Von Bell returned to the Bengals.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, jeez.
Wait, what? Von Bell is with the.
Yeah, he went back.
Oh God.
Yep. He went.
Oh God. I thought he had a 4-year contract with the Bills.
Mm-mm. Nah, he went back.
What?
Yeah.
Oh no.
And y'all keep in mind, Von Bell was with the Bengals when they went to the Super Bowl.
Oh God. There's a reason I am legit terrified of this player. If you paid attention to Von Bell's history and what he has done in his career, yes, the man only has one ring, but think about what he has actually done to very, very tough, strong teams. This is a guy that has become everybody's kryptonite. This is what Cam Newton sees in his closet at night that terrifies him, and
Oof.
Michael Rivers too, especially Mike Rivers because this is 2 Super Bowls this dude has ruined for Mike Rivers. 2 Super Bowl rings Mike Rivers would have had,
Yep.
but because of this dude right here, good God, like it, I would have nightmares about this dude coming at me if I was Mike. That's the one dude you do not want to play against every year. And now he's back with the Bengals.
Oh wait. I think you're getting mixed up with
Von Miller.
Von Miller.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Who are you thinking of?
No, this is Von Bell. Safety used to
Von
play with
Bell.
us.
Von Bell. Von Bell.
Yeah, yeah. He went back to the Bengals.
Okay, Von Bell. So Von Bell is a very, very dangerous guy too, and he's very disruptive, very tough to escape the tackles of if
Hmm.
you're a running back. This is going to be a challenge for us, and I personally like Von Bell myself, but
Yeah. According to Damien, he just said that the Bengals are not interested in trading T. Higgins.
not interested.
Hmm.
Oh boy. All right, so 2 questions come to mind. One, did T. Higgins change his mind? Or two, did the management say, okay, T, screw this, we're doing this our way now? You know, you had your fun in the off season. Now it's our turn. We hold the checks. We're giving them to you. Now we hold the power because you're about to go into another contract year after the OTA start. So either you find a partner before the OTAs or you're staying. And how many days before the OTAs now? It's like 3 or 4 now.
Something like that, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. If you're T Higgins and you haven't gotten an offer yet, okay, it's time to cave back into the management and say and grovel back on your feet and say, okay, okay, I'll do whatever you want. I'll do whatever you want. Just keep me here. Keep me here. I, that was an entire controversy, man. That man.
Yep.
I mean, T was within his rights to start asking for that because I mean, after that much time and you refuse to pay the man what he wants, after playing in the Super Bowl,
Hmm.
he's gonna get pissed off. So he's within his rights to ask for a trade. Uh, and I support him on that.
Yeah.
But I also see the business side of this too, where you have to make a decision and say, okay, we got to do what's best for the organization. So if there's an offer there, let's see if you can find one before the OTAs. If you can't, you know, either we either you grovel at our feet and apologize, or you gotta go because we can't have this toxic negativity in our locker room.
Yeah. That's a fair point.
That's a distraction. I mean, not that T is a toxic person at all. He's not. I met the guy in person.
Oh,
He's
you met
far.
T. Higgins? Nice.
Yeah, I go down to the spring games every year
Gotcha. Gotcha.
to go check these guys out in person. So, yeah, I met him and I got autographs on Fan Day. So
Oh, okay.
it's two separate days. It's Fan Day and then there's the spring game, and the spring
Gotcha.
game is televised. I wasn't able to do either one this year, but hopefully next year I'll get that opportunity. It's a shame, but
Yeah.
um, I did get to do a live stream and break down the Clemson game, spring game, so I did get a chance to look at these players. So,
Oh, heads up. Damien says, my bad, I got the info wrong. He said it's the 49ers that's not interested in trading Brandon Ayuk. So
oh, okay,
so
okay.
he
So
got
I
he got his info
understand
mixed
that
up.
T. Higgins is still there.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up, Damien.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Well, same deal with the 49ers with Ayuk. It's like, okay, well, you played in the Super Bowl now. You know, if you can't get a trade offer by this point, before OTAs, the new contract kicks in. Nothing more we can do for you, Brandon. You know, and I have a feeling the Bengals are about to do the same thing with T Higgins, though.
Yeah. I think
They're
it's
they're fixing to cut him off. Either they're going to cut him entirely before the OTAs, uh, or he's going to get traded somewhere in a forced trade, and they won't get exactly what they wanted out of it. But it because of it being rushed.
hmm
Or T. Higgins apologizes to the management and says, my bad. Let me stay here for another year because I can't get anything. Let's work out this contract a little more.
yeah, fair point.
One of those three things is about to happen this week. Now, which one? I'll let you guys guess because even I don't know. I don't know anything about the Bengals management, so it's anybody's guess
Yeah.
unless you're a Bengals fan. So,
So
yeah, I'm calling that a loss against the Bengals.
yeah, I gotta agree. Loss against the Bengals. I could see that being a comeback year for Joe Burrow. And like I said, they've already mollywopped us once. So
Yeah, these are very dangerous people. They've got Joseph Osai from Texas.
hmm
Um,
don't forget Trey Hendrickson. They still got
yeah,
him on that D line.
scary people, man.
Yeah. And even with that being a home game. Um okay. As we step into week 5 into the month of October, we get back on the road and we play against the Chicago Bears.
Win.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead
Not
and
even
put that
wasting
down.
any time here. Win. The only the two main threats I see going into this game are Brian Burns and DJ.
Yeah. Um we'll have to see what I mean
You're mad at
Caleb
me.
Williams will have his feet wet a little bit by the time we get to that game.
Brian Burns
Um,
settled in as well. And
uh,
you better hope that it's not Taylor Moton or Icky in Brian Burns' path. Otherwise, Bryce is going to be looking for a new jogging partner
yeah,
to help him out on the offensive line because there ain't no way. These two better shape up or ship out, as far as I'm concerned, because it's do or die time now.
right, right.
We're building everything up now. Get we're giving y'all both one more year.
Yeah.
No excuses, no nonsense. Get it done. I don't want to hear any complaints from either one of these two. Oh, the field was too slippery. No, 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 no. I don't want to hear nothing from these two other than I got the job done.
Um,
And everybody wanted to blame Bozeman. Bozeman, sure he had his penalties. Sure he had his a few slip ups. But was he the main problem? No. Nobody wants to admit that it was Taylor and Icky. People could show you tapes of this and you still don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand how Bozeman was the one
oh,
kicked.
don't forget, Brian Burns is with the Giants now, not the Bears. They're
Giants,
with
yep,
the
yep, yep,
Giants.
yep, yep. Okay, so Bears, you only have DJ Moore.
Yeah. Damien, it's the Giants, not Washington. He's with the Giants.
Yeah, he's with the Giants. My bad. Um, shows you how to touch I've been doing with these streams.
So what kind of stands out to me? I mean, like I said, the Bears did add Keenan Allen with their DJ Moore, and of course they also picked up Rome Andunze, wide receiver,
Yep.
first round draft pick. Don't know much about him. Um, but we'll see what Caleb Williams is at by the time we get to the Bears. See how he's looking. Um, Bears still got Rashawn Johnson and DeAndre Swift.
I mean,
Um,
if you look at the Bears draft, it was really not that impressive. They didn't really go anywhere. You know, um, as far as Rome Odunze, he is 6'3", 215 from Washington College.
oh, so he played in the championship.
Indeed, he did. Yes.
Okay.
3,272 yards with 24 touchdowns, rushed 10 times, 40 yards, 2 touchdowns in 40 games.
Okay.
Uh, and that's 4 year stay in Seattle. As a senior, he set school records with 1,640 receiving yards, which led the nation in 2023 and ranks third most in Pac-12 history.
Dang.
His receptions were second most in Washington history, just two shy of Reggie Williams' record.
Dang. Looks good.
Was just the second receiver in school history to record multiple 1,000-yard receiving seasons, reaching that mark in 22 and 23. During that time, the Huskies went on a combined 32 and 12 record and appeared in 3 bowl games, including the championship.
Yep. So, if anything, we really just we gotta get in Caleb Williams' face. And I know,
Yeah.
they're probably gonna have a decent aerial attack with the weapons they have at receiver. I'll give them that.
Mm-hmm. They do have Noah Sewell, the linebacker from Oregon,
Right.
6'2", 253. So I mean that guy is gonna be a threat. Montez Sweat,
Right.
DeAndre Swift from Georgia is going to be a problem. But I mean, overall, we should get this win. I, I'm not, I'm not scared of the Bears at all at this point.
Hmm.
They did get Keenan Allen.
Yes.
Keenan Allen is a very, very dangerous weapon. So you're going to have to double him up. The problem is, that's going to leave a one-on-one with DJ Moore. So we're going to have safety over the top help there.
Hmm. True.
With DJ
True.
Moore. One of these two, it's going to come down to that. Uh, so my question would be like, who are you doubling up, and who are you putting safety help on?
Damien. Yes, I agree. Don't sleep on Montez Sweat. Yannick.
Yeah,
Has he recovered from that broken ankle?
yeah,
Because remember, he
that's
was on IR. So I
yeah,
have to see if he bounces back because he had that broken ankle.
yep.
But yeah, I'm still sticking with a win.
Yeah, Locke, I just mentioned both of those players actually, like just now. He was mentioning, don't forget about Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze. Yeah,
Oh
we
yeah,
we
yeah,
just
yeah. We mentioned them. Yeah,
yep.
but good reminder. But
Yeah. If you were to play the Bears right now, which one of those two would you double up? Would you double up Keenan Allen or would you double up DJ Moore? And why? Safety help on the other one.
well, DJ Moore overall. I mean, didn't Keenan Allen recently coming off of injury? I mean, I've just always felt like DJ Moore
Did
because of
he?
his yak capability.
Yeah.
Although I'm a little bit biased. I mean, Keenan Allen, he is a North Carolinian. I'm a little biased, but also he is a six-time Pro Bowler. So,
Fair point.
I
I
mean,
mean, this could go back and forth, right?
yeah,
We got to make that decision before that game because it
right.
you can't just make that the day of decision unless it's an injury, you know, related with Keenan Allen. Then it's a simple decision. You know what I mean? But uh,
Yeah,
you got to come in with a plan. Just assume they're both going to be playing.
but
You know,
I will give him credit for Keenan, not Keenan, Caleb Williams. He'll definitely have weapons to throw to. So, so I honestly, Damien, with that alone, like
the offense is going to be a little bit better.
he's gonna have weapons to throw to. So, I mean, with that being said, if y'all can't light it up on offense, then you might have to start looking at more than just the quarterbacks. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
My whole thing is I think they're going to do better than they did last year. I don't think
Yeah,
they
I can see
fully
that.
ramped up the offensive line yet. So, with that being said, the quarterback is vulnerable. So, with a strong passing attack, you could get to him and disrupt his timing
Yeah.
and disrupt the game. Um, we do have Clowney, we do have a couple of pass rushers right now, but is it enough? You know,
Yeah.
and it's going to come down to. And we need to pay attention to these defensive ends all year, as we go along. And if these guys are putting up the numbers, we can answer that question with a solid yes.
Hmm.
If they're not, we need to start looking at like, okay, why are they not enough? What can we do to fix that? Can we fix it in house or do we need to draft that or pick that up at free agency? So this would be a very good test for our defensive ends, on a weaker opponent, just to say, okay, are they measuring up? I mean, do we want to set like a certain bar for like what we're expecting out of that or not?
Ah,
That's my question. Like, do we want to do that or no? Because I mean, this could get interesting if these guys do measure up like we think they will. Uh, but I mean, you're dealing with the offensive linemen like Daryl Wright, Coleman Shelton, Matt Pryor, Bill Murray, um, Doug Kramer Jr., Braxton Jones, Tevin Jenkins, Nate Davis, Jay Curtin,
mm-hmm.
Avanti Collins, Aviante. I apologize if I butcher your name if you're watching this. Or if any Bears fans are watching this. Jerome Carvin, uh, Tyree Carter, Larry Boom, Theo, and Ryan, as well as Corinne. So those are the offensive linemen you're doing with. That's the entire depth chart of your offensive line for the Bears. So if these guys are not measuring up for Chicago, we can take advantage of that with Clowney.
Right, right.
But Clowney needs a counterpart, so we're right back where we started. You know, when we moved Brian Burns, all we did was replace him with Clowney, which was a cheap knockoff version of Brian Burns, if you really think about it. So what did
Hmm.
we really do
Interesting.
here? We didn't really improve there. All we did was counterbalance, which I mean
In a
it's not
way.
a thing because we're not going downhill with it, but I would argue that we just counterbalanced. And there's another position that we counterbalanced in as well, and I'll talk about that later.
Hmm.
But you and I both know what that is, bro. Uh, Blitz. But we'll get to it.
Yeah,
But
but
I feel like we counterbalance there. That's why this is relevant here, though.
yeah, fair point. But we're in agreement. Win.
Yeah, yeah. When I
Alrighty.
I don't think that offense will be settled in yet by the time we face them.
Yep, we shall
They'll
see.
still have some weaknesses on that offensive line we can exploit, and we'll be able to mess up their timing. We just got to watch the tapes and watch how everybody else handles them, and we'll know how to handle them ourselves.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
Fair
So
point.
win.
I mean, it's interesting you mentioned that because they did start off last year on a 4 game losing streak before they finally got their first win.
Yeah.
So,
Who does Chicago have? Let me see their schedule for this year. They start out with Buffalo, Cincinnati, and KC. Oh yeah, that's 0-3 already. Before they even before you even get into the regular season. That's preseason stuff. That's oof. All right. So going into regular season, you got Tennessee, you got Houston, and you got the Colts.
hmm
You, the Bears. Let's be realistic here. Houston's got you. Houston's got you. All right. Let's not even sugarcoat this. Houston's gonna win that game. You're playing in Houston,
oof.
and with a healthy Houston team in week
Yeah.
two, that's gonna get ugly. Yeah, I don't see a win for your Bears there. Sorry. And Broski, Damien, I'm sorry, guys, but I can't get on board with that. You know, that's. you might be able to take the Titans. The Titans have been really struggling, but you still got to do it with Derrick Henry. And let's be honest, how much success have you guys had against Derrick Henry lately? Not much.
Mm,
So, if they've battled each other, that's been ugly, yardage wise. But and I say you might be able to take the Titans because of the weaknesses that they have. Because the Titans have been like trash for the past how many years?
uh,
Arguably trash.
it's been a bit. It's been a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Colts are completely lost right now.
Right, right.
You might be able to take advantage of that with your newly found offense, but that's in Indianapolis.
Hmm.
Are we sure that Chicago can pull that off? And by the way, that's a rematch of a Super Bowl matchup. By the way,
Right.
just wanted to mention that in case people forgot about that Super Bowl. That was one of the least watched ones. I think we all know why. But then you got the Rams before us too, and the Rams have been struggling. But I don't know.
Now
I
that
don't know.
now that you mention it,
It's us.
the Bears got to play 7 teams that went to the playoffs. 7 games against teams that played in the playoffs last year.
Oh my goodness. You got Jacksonville after us. Then Washington, the newly revamped Washington, with a lot of dangerous players on that roster, by the way.
Because they got to play Houston,
Yeah.
the Rams. The Rams were in the playoffs last year. Houston,
Detroit, San Fran.
the Rams, San Fran, Detroit. They got to play
Actual
Detroit
Detroit
twice. They
twice.
got to
Yeah.
they got to play Green Bay twice.
And
Ugh.
Seattle the conversation too. Don't forget that. Vikings were too.
Yeah, I gotta say, Bears got kind of a tough schedule this
Oh
year.
my God.
Oof.
You guys are gonna get wrecked. I am so sorry, but you guys are gonna get wrecked.
They might split. They might split with
4 or
Minnesota.
5 weeks for you guys into your future.
I could see them splitting with Minnesota. They might
That could
split
be
with
possible.
Minnesota.
That could be possible without Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. But yeah, they got oof. Yeah.
That's gonna be a wild one, man.
Yeah, y'all got a tough schedule.
Yep.
Um
Yep.
so week 6 after the Bears, we come back home October 13th, 425 game for our first matchup at home against the Falcons.
Win.
Win. Definitely.
And happily, I say win. And a much needed win against the Dirty Birds. With
Yeah.
their issues. Let's get into that, shall we? Kirk Cousins is pissed.
Yeah. Kirk
He's not
Cousins is
active in any of
all
it. It looks like he's wanting out of Atlanta. Last I just heard. So it looks like Michael Penix is the quarterback of the future for Atlanta.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Man, can you blame Kirk though? Can you blame him? Like,
Nah, no, you can't. Definitely
bro,
can't.
the internet just went ape on this one. It exploded. Like everybody was shocked. They're like, "How could you? How? Literally how?" Like, oh goodness. I Arthur, you got to control your GM, man. You got to control your GM. Either hire a new one or get this clown out of here, man. Because this dude ain't it. You're
Right.
not going to go anywhere if you keep working with this GM. I'm trying to help you, Arthur. And I really shouldn't be doing this because I'm a Panthers fan, but you really need to get rid of that GM and hire a better one. Like, make better hires.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Like, ever since you have been hiring people, it's been trash GMs, bro. Trash. Like, name me 80 smart moves that Atlanta has actually done, except for the running backs and beefing up the cornerbacks in the secondary. You're gonna have wide receivers every year like Christmas. So that's nothing new. Running
Right.
backs, that they come and go. Beefing up your secondary is probably the smartest thing you've done in Atlanta. But every single year, do you notice a pattern? Notice what's not being drafted. I have not noticed a single offensive lineman being drafted again this year.
Right, right.
What are y'all doing? I mean, this is comical at this point. This is like a comedy show for us Panther fans because we're watching it and we're just eating it up. But we also remember we were there like for the last 3 years as well. And let's be honest, we haven't addressed the offensive line until Scott Fitterer. So, I mean, we know what that feels like. That's why we can laugh right now
Yes.
and we can enjoy this because if we had not experienced this ourselves, we would be like, well, yeah, I don't know how that feels, but
Right,
ha
right.
ha, you know, because people are going to trash talk anyway.
Of
But
course.
that that had to be the most hilarious first round pick I have ever seen Atlanta make. That I've been watching drafts since 2004, bro, and to be honest, like I've never seen anything like that ever, ever. That's like saying, okay, we're gonna draft a quarterback, even though you have Matt Ryan, who's
Right.
been a multiple Pro Bowler. It's like, why would you do that?
It's like, what the heck, man? You brought me over here for this?
How many years was Kirk actually signed to? Like that's what makes this even more hilarious because it was like a
That's a
3 or
good
4 year,
question. Um,
I think.
actually, let's find out.
That was so entertaining to me. I was just like, really?
Let's see. A 4-year, $180 million contract.
What?
Yeah, with the Falcons.
What is this GM doing? Like
Whew.
Atlanta. We gotta talk.
And
We
the
gotta
s-
talk.
and
Okay.
the sad
What,
thing
what,
was the
what
Falcons didn't even notify Cousins or his agent of the decision until they were on the clock with their pick. Talk about a kick in the butt.
so you just paid all of that money for nothing.
180 million.
180. You want to talk about a franchise GM wasting money?
Phew.
People complain about Scott Fitterer doing stupid things. Okay, that's not even in the same ballpark as what we just witnessed there. Okay, so uh, I mean, you could throw out a lot of things about the former GM before him,
Hmm.
you know, but th-
You
neither
know,
one of them are even in the same ballpark of stupidity as this GM in Atlanta.
you know
Not
what?
even by a mile.
I want to see how much of that money is guaranteed.
That I'm very interested in that as well.
Oh, 100,000. Or no. 100 million of it's guaranteed.
What?
Wow. 100 million of it is guaranteed. 50 million, 50
Good
million
God.
was the signing bonus, and
Uh,
45 million is the average annual salary. Wow.
oh,
And that includes a $25 million cap hit and a dead cap value of 90 million.
what?
Whoo, man.
I gotta pick my jaw up off the floor on this one.
And you know what? A full no trade clause.
Are you kidding me?
It's on spot track. It's on spot track.
No way.
Okay, let me just say this. I know a lot of people want to hate on Scott Fitterer. I give y'all that, but
That's not even
after
off.
this happened, y'all gotta ease up. Y'all gotta ease up.
I don't want to hear any more hate against Scott Fitterer or Gettleman ever again.
Y'all gotta ease up
I
on
don't
them
want to hear it
after,
ever again after seeing that.
like, y'all gotta ease up off of those two after seeing this. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
That's not even in the same league, bro. That's not even in the same league of stupidity.
Dang, I didn't think it was that big of a contract.
Oh my god. That 90 million in dead cap?
Yeah, and 100 million of his contract is guaranteed. Like anything happens, they got to pay him that, and he's on a no trade clause.
I swear if I was Arthur Blank, I'd fire that GM on the spot.
So you
I'd fire him on the spot the second he hires that the second he drafts Penix Jr.
so they could literally be like, so Kirk Cousins could
Yeah,
literally be like,
you even waste a minute. I'd say clean out your desk.
ooh,
That's unacceptable. That would be unacceptable to me if I was the owner. Completely unacceptable. You're fired. Go find another job.
wow, wow.
I'm going to let my head coach finish the rest of this draft process.
Did his agent just
I
like
don't want
full
to hear
on
from you.
finesse him or what?
That's wow.
Let me
100
let me
mil
tell you this. I don't know who Kirk Cousins' agent is, but I want him. I want him.
for real.
Speaking of which, Mike McCartney.
That dude just got him rich.
That's his name, Mike McCartney. That's his agent.
Oh my god.
Whoever that is, shoo.
One of our players better go sign him, but
Shoo. Talk about the ultimate finesser.
how in the world? I'm not even gonna.
Like, what were they thinking? Like, all right, Kirk Cousins, we're going to give you all this money. You're going to be our guy. We've been struggling. We're done with Desmond Ritter. You're going to be our guy. Huh? This Michael Penix Jr. Oh, he just played in a championship. Oh, let's get him. Let's get him. Let's get him. I changed my mind. Let's get him. Let's get him. Like,
Arthur, we got to talk, buddy. We got to talk after this one. we got to talk. You can't. What kind of gyms are you hiring?
like,
What kind of gyms are you hiring? This is the stupidest one yet.
I mean, hold
Oh,
on. Let me go back to Spot Track. Let me make sure I read that. Yeah, 4 years, 180 mil. Wow, my eyes aren't deceiving me.
this is. Let me put this on screen for myself. Hold up.
Yeah, yeah. If you got to do
Y'all,
triple,
y'all need to
quadruple
see this.
takes, go right ahead. Cause
Y'all
I'm.
need to see this.
But yeah, Spot Track.
Oh my god.
You know what? I'll even serve it to you. Bam.
Oh my god. I'm looking at it right now.
And just
What?
and look at the bullet points under contract notes.
Good god. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I'm about to pull it up. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
90 million guaranteed at signing. Signing bonus 2024 salary plus 2025 salary. The roster bonus is 10 million. Boeing guarantees the fifth league day of 2025, which is pretty much OTAs.
Oh, so his total guaranteed is 100, but at the signing it was 90 million? Wow.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Injury guaranteed at signing. 2027 roster bonus. Oh, that's 2026. My bad. 2026 roster bonus 10 million. Fully guarantees the fifth league day of 2025. All right, so he gets that after the league turnover day. You know, the fifth league turnover day, where it becomes 2026 season. So no, he still gets the 90. 2027 roster bonus 10 million. Fifth league day of 2027. Does that make sense?
That's still a lot of money though.
Full no trade clause.
Yeah.
That's the biggest one right there. Because now this man wants out of Atlanta and he can't get traded anywhere.
Yep. But he's still going to get paid.
You locked in, but you still getting paid.
Shoot.
Yo.
And if the coach or whatever is just like, "All right, you going to have that attitude, you ain't going to play." Okay. I'll just shoot. Okay. I'll just sit at home. I'll collect my money.
Yep, yep, yep. As long as I dress out and I participate in the drills, hey, that's easy. Easy money, baby. Easy dollar bills.
Mike McCartney, you're a genius. Whoever you are, you're a genius.
Absolutely. 100%. Bro, his 2022 to 2023 extension, look at this. 1 year, 35 million.
Whew.
Comparatively, okay? Okay? Average salary of 35 million. Signing bonus 25 million. Guaranteed at signing 35 million. Total guaranteed 35 million. That was his prior extension with the Vikings before he got this crazy contract.
Yeah.
And this brings back memories of Deshaun Watson when that Browns trade happened. Because it was like $250 million. Something astronomical that broke the quarterback scale, rating scale. That completely broke the scale altogether.
Man,
Now
that's
you
just
know what a proper value of an all-star Pro Bowl quarterback is because of that right there.
that's
You
just sad.
you had who's that other big name quarterback that got traded that same year? That messed up the entire scale. It started right there with Watson,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
and it's never been fixed yet. Once the ketchup is out of the bottle, you can't put it back in. You change things forever.
And the sad thing is I know a couple of friends that are Falcons fans. Oh man. Whew.
Shout out to Jamal Bird and Facebook. But yeah,
I can't even imagine
look at
what
this guy.
the
Oh,
Dirty Birds were thinking when they made that draft pick of Michael Penix Jr. They had to have been like, huh?
man.
Dang.
I don't know what crossed their brains when they did that. Like,
Ah,
does this GM needs to Slim Jim, dude. He's hungry. He needs a Snickers bar. He's not himself.
you know what? Let me
He's
look
not
up.
himself on day one.
Oh man, it's Terry Fontenot. That's the GM of the Atlanta Falcons. Terry
Oh,
Fontenot.
that dude's about to get fired soon.
Ooh man.
You don't do something like that and keep your job after a year. I'm sorry, you don't. That dude is 100% going to be cleaning out his desk at the end of the year.
It's kind of a
I don't single GM that can survive after doing something stupid like that.
it's kind of a bummer because he made history. He was the first ever black general manager for the Falcons.
Oh, is that the whole reason they hired him? Now this shines a whole new light on this whole thing. All right, if that's what we're doing in Atlanta now, oh god, guys, your skin color has nothing to do with your ability to do your dang job.
Oh, and he's been there
I'm
since
telling you that right now.
2021. Yeah, been there since 2021. But was assistant general
I'm telling you.
manager with the Saints. I believe that was when they went to the won the Super Bowl, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Dang.
yeah. I'm saying it. I am openly saying it. Your skin color has nothing to do with your ability to do your job. Call me whatever you want to call me. I don't care. Come at me with all your rage, all your hate. I don't care. That is a fact. Prove me wrong. Steve Wilkes will have something to say about that. So will Tony Dungy.
Well, um, I hate to mention this, but what I'm about to read just gave me another reason why I don't like Tom Brady.
I
Greg
think I know where you're going with this. I know
Gre-
where you're going with this.
Greg Olson will take a $7 million salary hit as Tom Brady replaces him as the number one on Fox. Olson being moved to Fox's B team with Joe Davis. Wow. Wow.
Fox, y'all done pissed me off now. Y'all done pissed me off. Do you really want me to get into this? Do you really want me to? We'll be here for an hour.
Yeah, we might as well not. uh freaking Tom Brady.
So you're trying to tell me after a whole year of Greg Olson just absolutely doing his thing, dominating on the airwaves, just he's probably the best commentator out of all of them the entire year. Give him Commentator of the Year award, and you're gonna slide him down to second spot, to second fiddle for $7 million loss to a man that has never been in the commentator booth at all and hasn't even earned half of his Super Bowl rings. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Fox?
Wow.
Seattle gave you a Super Bowl. They handed it to you on a silver platter.
Show enough did.
You weren't even on the field when it happened. This is ridiculous. Why do we cater to this man like it's the next thing's to slice bread?
My whole thing is whatever happened to don't fix what ain't broken. And Greg Olson was doing an excellent job. Ugh.
Why?
freaking stupid. But
What? Why? Why are we catering to this dude as much as we are? If you take away half his Super Bowl rings because of the BS that he did, to cheat his way into them, and that's an argument for another day. But I'm not even going to get into that
yeah,
because we'll be here all week.
yeah. Oh,
But take away half his rings right out of the gate. What do you have? You have the same thing as anybody else. A guy that's won 3 rings. And your point is,
exactly.
that's like taking away half of Barry Bonds' home runs and saying, "Oh yeah, Barry Bonds it was on the juice, but he did this." You know? Okay. And what else can you do? That's all you do? Okay. Who cares? We're talking about a dude that took the Tampa Bay Buccaneers all year long. Only 3 games did he ever cross the 20-point threshold. Only 3 games. And one of them happened to be against us when we were trying to get a playoff spot. God almighty. I'm not going to get into that either. But the fact that this cost him a marriage because
Yep.
he refused to retire. He pulled a Brett Favre.
Yep.
So what you're trying to tell me is a dude that has never even sniffed a microphone in a booth is now going to replace Greg Olson. This is ridiculous.
It's crazy.
That garbage triggers me, bro. For real.
Yes, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna win this last championship. Then I'm gonna retire. I'm gonna just spend time with my family. It's gonna be all cool. We're gonna be together again. You can go back to model and everything like that.
Like, what more did he have to prove to people? What?
Not a single thing.
There, there's nothing left for you to accomplish. What are you going to accomplish in broadcasting? Nothing.
But babe, just one more year. One more year.
What?
You already promised. No, just one more year. One more year, please.
He's not Jesus. Come on now.
I need 8 rings. Ariana Grande did a song with 7 rings. I need 8 rings.
He's not the personification of perfection out here. Y'all need to stop this.
Oh man.
But and don't even let me get started on Fox and these broadcasting people because uh, I got something for y'all too. I got something for y'all too. Y'all over here hating on Cam Newton, acting like he's some fashion model or something. The dude's got legitimate opinions. Get off his spine, man.
Seriously.
Come on, man. Like, if y'all want to know why I don't like the media, this is Exhibit A right here. Right here. This is Exhibit A. I have been going off on the media ever since they did that garbage at training camp where they kept us from recording. That's a power play. Y'all want to try to tell me that's not the same media content y'all are getting the same for the same price? Except we're getting it for free. Y'all are getting paid to do that. We're not. Since when did that become a problem?
It's been
When y'all
pretty
are doing the same exact drills at
good.
every single training camp and interviewing the same doggone people. Please tell me how that's a problem. No, no, no. We just want to control the media. We want to control everything that goes on. Just because, oh, we own the dollar bills. Okay, so what? Just because you want 100,000 more than we do? So what? You're not buying us BMWs. You're not buying us Lamborghinis over here.
I mean, it already put a bad taste in my mouth from the start. Ever since that dumbest rule in NFL history, that freaking tuck rule. But I won't go into that. Uh,
And since we're talking about rules, why is it only after you touch the golden boy Tom Brady that the helmet to helmet rule exists? Why is it only after that, after Cam Newton gets absolutely slaughtered back
that
there in our backfield? No, 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 no. We're only going to talk about it in a committee. We don't do absolutely jack about it. Eh, if you even harm a silver hair on Tom Brady's head, helmet rule, helmet. We need stronger shoulder pads. We need stronger uh, 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 uh padding. You know,
yeah.
it's just come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is pretty
What is he? Some type
ridiculous.
of freaking statue or something? Like you can't touch him? Oh God, you get penalized to death.
Oh, interesting idea. Damien says Greg Olson could go to the NFL Network now that Michael Irving is not there. Heck, why not? Shoot.
Please do, because NFL Network actually does good things. When we were actually winning in 2015, I had a subscription to
NFL
what was
Network or
nah it was Xbox Live.
Oh,
But
gotcha, gotcha.
this was when you had Xbox Live server still going. You know,
Gotcha.
and they give you like a subscription to NFL Network so you can check out NFL Network videos and stuff and content.
Yes.
So like that whole entire year, I just remember like going on there and just like checking out videos of like them just talking nothing but positiveness about us. And I'm like, this is who I want to rock with right here, because these people know what they're talking about. They're kind to us. They're positive to us, and they rock with us. And even when we weren't doing well in 2016, they were still saying positive things. And I'm like, shout out to NFL Network on that one. Shout out to them. That I absolutely, Greg, go over to NFL Network. You are more than welcome over there. You know
Heck
you
yeah.
are. I'll pay for a subscription just to see that, just to listen to you talk, bro. I will. Of course, I need it for draft weekend anyway, but still.
That's all right, Greg Olson. You keep doing your thing. You'll get a better opportunity. You'll get a better opportunity.
Mm-hmm. The fact that cost him a $7 million pay cut. Not that he really needs like $7 million extra, but come on, man, that's a lot of money. That's a
Yeah,
lot of money. Like, how
but
are you gonna screw over Greg Olson like that, man? That's one of the most beloved Panther players in our history. Which, by the way, Jatavian Sanders says he wants to be like Greg Olson.
oh
I
yeah.
I love it, and I'm trying to get back to some positivity here. I love that. You could not have chosen a better role model, Mr. Sanders. Study him, follow him, do whatever you got to do. And Greg, if you listen to this, man, please train him up. Please, you would be doing this franchise a massive favor. Train him up. Uh, David Screw says, "Yeah, it's ridiculous about Tom Brady replacing Olsen. Um, Imagine Cleat besides Tom in the booth. Yeah,
Ew.
you. Yeah, agreed. Tom is worse enough though. You just sent me a video. Okay.
Oh, and for those out there that aren't sure of what we're saying, just a FYI, after Olson's first full year at Fox, he got promoted to the number one team. Let that sink in. After a full year, got promoted to number one, replacing Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, who ended up going to Monday Night Football and ESPN. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying.
David, your link didn't work, bro.
Some folks would be like, "Oh, Greg Olson wasn't that good." Apparently, he was good enough after his first year to get bumped to number one. Apparently, he was doing something right.
Oh, the players were reacting to the schedule. Even Tillis is on that video. Interesting. I would like to play that for the stream if the link was working properly. Unfortunately, it didn't work though. So send it again if you don't mind, because I would be interested to see what the players have to say about this. We've never had player reactions to the schedule before, have we?
I don't think so.
Not to my knowledge, anyway.
That's crazy. Just
Okay.
hi, I'm Tom Brady. I want to be a sportscaster, color commentary. Sure, you're hired.
Amazing. Anthony. Just because it's Tom Brady, yeah, you're hired immediately. You want to be an electrical engineer? Yeah, you're hired. You're Tom.
It's
You
crazy.
want to be a plumber? You're hired. Come on in. Immediately electrocutes everybody in the house and sets the house on fire. Who cares? He's Tom.
Oh yeah, we're gonna put you over somebody
What's
that
the
that
house? Oh yeah, it's Tom.
yeah, we're gonna put you over somebody that worked his way up to the number one
Yeah.
spot, and we're
Who
just gonna
cares, man?
give it right
Who
to you.
cares? Yeah, yeah. Let's hand him everything that we have. Let's hand him a Bentley, a brand new car, a, a a private jet. You know, just because he's Tom Brady. That's the equivalent of what we're talking about here. Over somebody that's earned it and put in their blood, sweat, and tears over their entire career and earned every bit of what they have. How pissed would you be if somebody got a promotion like that just because of the name? Even though you've been working your freaking butt off for 5 years to get where you are and didn't see a single raise. How pissed off would you be?
Yep.
And yet you can't say a single thing because the people that control you are the ones giving you the paychecks. That is sickening. You know, uh, I can't find a single positive thing about this. I'm sorry, I can't.
I don't think there is one, to be honest with you. but but yeah, I think for the sake of us, maintaining our sanities, we should probably get back on topic.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Um. So, did
Just
we
like
want to
if we
go
just want
any
to talk
further into the Falcons matchup? Because I think we were pretty sold on that being a win.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Moving on. Week 7 on the road, October 20th, 4 o'clock game against the Commanders.
Uh, this is going to be an interesting one because the Commanders just added Frankie Louvu. They added Jeremy Chan.
That's right.
Uh, they added quite a few people here.
Hmm.
Okay, the link does work. So
Marcus
we'll
Mariota.
put some documents on here. Thank you for that link, David.
um, that's
Uh,
right. They drafted Sam Hartman.
who was actually on my radar, by the way.
Austin Eckler.
Uh, d-
Still got
d-
Jamison Crowder, Terry McLaurin. Oh yeah, they did get Olamide Zacchaeus. Oh yeah, that's right. They did get Zach Ertz.
that's correct. And that made me very, very frustrated because I wanted Zach Ertz.
Right, I remember you saying that.
Oh, God, can you imagine that dude at tight end?
Right.
And we draft Sanders as well, and we've
Yeah.
got Tommy Tremble. Can you imagine the tight end room when it looks like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, I've got goosebumps already.
Pretty nasty.
And we would only have to sign Zach Ertz for 1 year for $5 million.
Yeah.
His talents were wasted, completely wasted in Arizona.
Um. Oh yeah, we're gonna be going up against some familiar faces. Effie Obata, Frankie
They got
Louvu.
Effie Obata too?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
Oh, that's right. They also got Bobby Wagner. Ooh, they done touched up their
Oh my
defense.
God. They
Uh-oh.
got Tim Cosme too. Cos Dude, I had Cosme on my radar during that draft year.
Jeremy Chin. Yeah, Jeremy Chin. Oh, snap.
James Crowder. Crowder was one of the few good wide receivers that come out of the Jets.
Yes.
Uh,
Uh-oh.
Austin Eckler. Dude, Dante Fowler.
Oh, yeah. Out of Florida. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This.
KJ Henry. They have KJ Henry.
Oh, Clemson guy. Yeah.
What?
Dang, they
Oh,
definitely
oh, oh.
improved their
So,
defense.
so let me get this straight. When Ron Rivera isn't with us up in Washington, now he goes after Clemson players.
Hmm.
Now he goes after Clemson players. No, for 5 whole years, mark it 7 whole years, we didn't draft a single Clemson player or sign one, except to the practice squad, and that was the linebacker I liked that didn't make the roster.
Oh, Brandon Smith.
No,
Oh.
linebacker, the guy that
Oh.
those gyms in North and South Carolina now,
Oh. Oh.
national championship winner. I take that back. We did hire the Clemson kicker.
Gotcha.
Get we did get him, but I did not vouch for that kicker.
Right, right.
So now you want to get actual position players from Clemson up there at Washington. Are you serious? Man,
Oof. Um,
anymore, but still, that makes me mad as a Clemson player. I mean, as a Clemson fan. You got Frankie Louvu now. You got Marcus Mariota. But Mathis at defensive tackle.
right.
Luke McCaffrey. Might I mention Luke McCaffrey?
Oh, that's right. From one of the McCaffrey brothers.
Yeah, yeah. These guys, God mighty. Look at this roster, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, the Commanders may be growing into a threat by the time we get to them. Maybe. Maybe. Uh-oh. But
Sorry about that.
no, you good.
I get distracted a lot. A lot going on. But I mean, we're looking at. Is that Amari Rogers? Amani Rogers,
Uh, what position?
the tight end from Ohio. Jeez, no kidding.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, what is this roster, Washington? Dude, you guys have outdone yourselves. Who is the GM in Washington right now? This is incredible.
Okay.
This is a heck of a freaking roster. This might actually get you guys 10 wins.
Adam Peters.
Adam Peters, well done, sir. Well done. That's a heck of a roster. That's a 9-win roster at least. And that's without even looking at their schedule. What does their schedule look like? I want to see this now. You got my full attention now, Washington. So they've got Tampa Bay, win. They've got the Giants, win. Bengals. They
Probably
can
a
stay
loss.
competitive for about 3 quarters, like we can. Probably taking an L. That's all
Yeah.
right. But, and then you got the Cards. So I mean, you're looking at a 3-1 start.
Yeah. Potential 3-1 start. Yeah.
Then you got the Cleveland Browns.
That could go either way.
Yeah. Baltimore. In Baltimore, by the way.
Probably a loss.
I mean, it's early. It's early, though.
Hmm.
They're not going to be going full steam. You could catch them by surprise.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
But um, Jamarcus will probably kill you with
Yeah.
his yardage. So I wouldn't count on that one being a win there. And then they play us week 7,
Hmm.
which the way we built our roster right now, by that point in the season, we'll be prepared to
So,
battle them.
so you're
It's going
you're
to come down to injuries. It's going to come down to how well did we study our opponent? How well are we doing like the little things on the field against opponents? You
right.
know, is timeout usage, challenge usage, you know, situational usage of plays, you
Right.
know. So it's going to come down to the finer details against this team if we want to get a win here. But I do see one.
Right. Right.
I see an opportunity here.
But you know what? Something to keep in mind. No Eric Bieniemy, because remember is
Correct.
with UCLA now.
Correct. Like what made this dude want to come out of KC in the first place? Second question I've got for Eric Bieniemy. What makes you want to go to UCLA? That's a
Yeah.
step down.
Yeah. Especially considering he won
You
two
said
super.
you're trying to get a head coaching job. You have an offensive coordinator job guaranteed, no matter where you go.
True.
Why would you go down to UCLA? Like, what made you go down there? UCLA hasn't been a winner since freaking Christian McCaffrey days. It's been that long.
Dang.
Yeah.
It's a long time.
So what took you? What made you want to do that, bro? I got those questions rolling around in my head for Eric Bieniemy. I like the guy a lot, but this is just not a logical career move for him. He could have easily stayed in the NFL. I don't get it. I
Yeah.
don't. Makes no sense.
Um. Yeah. Especially considering he won two Super Bowls with the Chiefs. But
Yeah.
um. So, are
Very sad.
you leaning towards a loss or a win?
A win. I do see a win. This is a massive roster we're battling against, but it's one we're familiar with. You know what I'm saying? Like all these players we're familiar with. Not only do we know their strengths, we also know their weaknesses. More importantly,
Mm-hmm.
we know what they can't do. And that's where we start to take advantage with what we do have and what we can do, in the words of Dave Canales.
Hmm.
So this is where we could start to take a little bit of an, an advantage here and use that.
Yeah.
Uh, in the case of former Panthers on that roster, okay, let's talk about them. Uh, First of all, you've got who's the first one that comes to mind?
Maybe perhaps Frankie Louvu.
I'll add Zach Ertz to this list too because he's dangerous too.
Hmm.
Zach Ertz, we know this dude came out of Arizona and he's been completely useless. So once he gets put to good use, we're gonna have to double him up with linebackers. So we need a strong linebacking core to handle that.
Hmm.
Do we feel like we've got a strong enough linebacker core to handle that?
I think it's still kind of questionable. I mean, I know we just got Josie Jewell. Um,
Because with all of those wide receivers and running back weapons, you're going to be doubling them up,
right,
which means the linebackers are on their own.
right,
Safety help, maybe, from the free safety and a nickel corner. But that's about all the help you're getting. So you better step your game up,
right,
those linebackers. Um, so in the case of, okay, I'm kind of going down the list. Frankie Luvu. All right. So let's talk about Frankie Luvu. Frankie Luvu, his strength is in tackling and in coverage,
yeah,
but his weakness is also in coverage. You know, we've seen that a handful of times too.
right,
So we know like where to take advantage of that against him. Okay, so another former Panther that we're talking about, F. Yabata. We know this dude is an effective pass rusher, but how effective against
right,
starters? That's where you start to take advantage because if you're putting a strong starter against this dude on the offensive line, he's not going to do jack.
right, right. Fair
You know what I
enough.
mean? This is where you start taking advantage of these weaknesses because we know these guys. Um, if you've been studying the Panthers' history and you know what we're doing with here, Bobby Wagner. Now this is going to be a tough one because
Very.
the ish the only weakness I see in Bobby Wagner is his run support uh, and sack numbers. You don't see many sack numbers from Bobby Wagner anymore. He's
Mm.
more focused on coverage and tackling, just getting the job done.
Mm. Fair
So
enough. Fair enough.
he's taking away that focus from uh, pass rush and putting it there. Which I mean, there's nothing wrong with him at all. At that age, um, of 33, he's lost a step, but he's still got most of the capabilities that he did back then. He's just shifting his focus. That's all he's doing,
Right, right,
and in that way, you can take advantage of it. So as I said, Jeremy Chin, we know his weakness too. He overextends on tackling. We can take advantage of that and burn him with our wide receivers.
right.
So there's little ways that we can take advantage of former Panthers on this Washington roster and certain guys that we know the weaknesses of. Now, if you're not as familiar with the player, you're not going to find the weakness. Uh, and Ron Rivera is not there anymore, so he can't point this stuff out.
Yes, correct.
That gives us a distinct advantage, and we need to take advantage of that and use it to its fullest extent. Um, David Screws says maybe Eric Bieniemy gave up. He got tired of getting passed over.
That's a fair point. That
Yeah,
yeah.
yep. I could see that.
Hmm.
But yeah, this is a win. This is a potential win right here.
I'm actually hate to say this, but I'm actually going to say we're barely going to lose. I'm actually
I
going to
could
say a
see this as a
loss.
trap game as well.
Yeah, I'm a little fearful just with the additions that they've made.
Plus injuries will be a factor at that point in the season.
Right. Now,
And our injury history, it's been bad
yeah, that is true.
going into midseason. So yeah,
Now, on a positive note, we'll still be on the road October 27th, 4:25 p.m. game. We'll be taking on a team we actually haven't played in a while, the Denver Broncos.
Super Bowl rematch.
Now, personally, I understand the Broncos, they were second in the AFC West last season,
Mm-hmm.
and, they did finish with an 8-9 record,
Yep.
but honestly, now that, they don't have Russell Wilson anymore. He's out of there.
Right.
Um I know they got Bo Nix. They got Zach Wilson, which, we've faced Zach Wilson before. He's not really a threat. Um, to be honest, and I know they got a young Troy Franklin, somebody I wanted, Josh Reynolds, Cortland Sutton. I mean, they got a few receivers, but honestly, I don't think there's enough of them that really warrants me to say a loss. I think we're gonna win. I think we're gonna win this one.
I would agree. They had kind of a so-so draft too, and off season. Like it wasn't really an improvement. They stayed stagnant, and you know, for a team that's in the AFC South again, AFC West, I mean,
Right.
you've got to stay competitive. You've got the Raiders, Chargers, and the Super Bowl winning Chiefs ahead of you. Two
Yeah.
times Super Bowl winning Chiefs ahead of you. Correction. So you've got to stay ahead of them, and you can't do that when you're sitting here with this mediocre roster and trying to run a forced offensive system with Russell Wilson that just doesn't work. I mean, we tried to do that last year with Bryce Young, and we saw that ended. So, I mean, trying to force a system that just doesn't work
Right.
on a Pro Bowl quarterback that's already got a system that you can trust in Seattle, before he came over. Why aren't you using that system? That's my question. Why aren't you adapting to Russell at this point? If you're Sean Payton, if you're such a great head coach, think about it. You coached Drew Brees for goodness sakes, and you adapted to Drew Brees. If you can adapt to Drew Brees, why are you not adapting to Russell Wilson?
That's fair. That is fair.
I just don't see why that didn't work. Like all you had to do was just get on the same page with him and let him take over that offense. That's it. I know you have your own way of doing things, but you're not going to turn uh, Russell Wilson into Drew Brees. The same way we're not going to be able to turn Bryce Young into Cam Newton.
True.
You can't just magically make him grow like a foot taller or become a red zone threat.
Right.
It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
So I don't see what Sean Payton was trying to accomplish there.
Yeah,
With all due respect,
and
you
and
know.
I understand that there is the fact that he is the Broncos coach, but even still, I honestly think we should have the Broncos.
I mean, all due respect, I like Bo Nix. I like that quarterback pick that you just got. And I like the the offensive line help. You know, with the weapon. But it's not enough. Yeah, you might have Patrick Surtain on defense. You might have a couple
Oh
weapons,
yeah,
but
that's
that's
right.
it. This is not enough. And you're going to be sitting at the bottom of the West, looking up, just going, "Why are we still here? Why
Well,
are we still here?"
they don't have Jerry Judy anymore, that's for sure.
Right, right. All your good people are gone, bro. What are you trying to do? You might have Zach Allen, but they can only do so much to help you. What happens when these good players realize, oh, I'm on a losing team, and these guys are never going to go anywhere with their careers? They're going to want out.
Right, right.
You're going to have to draft people in order to fix this problem. This is not a fixable problem in just 1 year. So, I mean, you got a few pieces that you can start from, but this is, ooh, yeah.
Right.
If you're a Denver fan right now, you should get excited about the Bo Nix pick. You should get excited about I think it was a wide receiver or an offensive line pick, in the second round. You should get excited about that. But,
They went edge.
oh, they went edge. Okay. I do remember them addressing that, though. Either one of those two positions, though. And I was like, okay, cool. You're starting to actually go in that direction. Now, can you stay in that direction?
Yeah. Good question.
Full defensive after that, and it was just like, no, no, it's not enough. So whenever the Broncos, Sean Payton will not get that offense fixed this year. And if you look at the schedule for the Broncos, it doesn't get much better. You're dealing with Seattle, you're dealing with Pittsburgh, you're dealing with Tampa, the Jets, Raiders, Chargers, Saints, us, Baltimore, KC, Falcons, Raiders again, Cleveland, Colts, Chargers, Bengals, Chiefs. I mean, it doesn't get much better.
Right.
You might be looking at 5 wins. You're going to be in top 10 pick.
Yeah. That's a good point.
So if I'm Denver and I'm not Denver GM right now, I'm thinking, how can I take advantage of yet another top 10 pick at the end of the year? They're going to get somebody before we can. And it better be somebody that helps them. Because if you continue this path and you don't protect your quarterback and you don't get what you need, you're going to keep going the same direction,
Oh yeah.
which is and staying right where you are. And I mean, you can hire every one of Sean Payton's staff that was with them in New Orleans, and you still stay right where you are. That division is way too competitive for you, Sean. You I hate to say this, man, but for the good of your career, you signed to the wrong team. You really did. Denver's not going anywhere. The Raiders are staying stagnant. They've got just enough to beat you every year,
Mm.
and they've been not improving either. So that ought to tell you something. You signed into the wrong franchise, brother. Just saying. Now, the place that you might be competitive in is the NFC North. You know, actually, NFC South.
Oh, NFC South.
NFC South because of the Buccaneers and the Falcons. I don't see him going back to the Saints. I don't see that happening. There's also the AFC North where you've got the Colts, you've got the Jaguars and Texans.
Mm,
So if you went over to the Colts, I believe that he could possibly make the Colts into something
that's
and
fair. That's fair.
a really competitive division because the Jags are right now they're hot on the heels of Houston, and with a healthy Trevor Lawrence, they will overtake them. So it will be a tough battle between those two at the end, but Jacksonville will overtake Houston by a little bit. It depends on who stays healthy and who doesn't. But with a Sean Payton controlled Colts team, I could see something there. I could see a third team emerging. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because we know that fourth team isn't doing anything. Come on, Tennessee is Tennessee.
Eh, Um, Damien was saying Russ is overrated in my opinion. I mean, that's an argument. That's an
It's
argument.
an argument, but you have to consider like where he ended up and what system he was under.
Yeah,
You know,
that's a good
because
point.
if you're using that in the context of what he did in Denver, that's a hard sell for me. Sorry.
Yeah,
If you say that in context of what he did in Seattle, okay, fair argument because there were much better quarterbacks out there.
true.
You know,
But
you,
we have
you
to
had
also keep in mind, though, Damien, this is a nine-time Pro Bowler.
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, yes, he only has one Super Bowl ring. Should have had two, but
right. Mm-hmm. Amen, brother. Amen,
should
brother.
have had two. Should have had two if he had just handed it off to beast mode. Anyway, um, but he is a nine-time Pro Bowler, so I mean he has established a lot of credibility. Now he is getting older. I'm not sure what really he'll do at Pittsburgh. I mean Pittsburgh's coming off of a playoff appearance, so it'll be interesting to see. Maybe he can also help in Kenny Pickett's development as well as Justin Fields' development. Um,
Yep.
which is Pickett still on there? Now that I think of it,
I don't know.
actually, I don't think he is. Wait, where did Kenny Pickett go to? Let me see. Oh, that's right, to the Eagles. That's right, to the Eagles.
Yep, 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 yep.
Ah,
Pittsburgh is willing to adapt to Russell Wilson's style of offense, then this could be really interesting.
yeah. But I mean,
It's
hey,
the
Justin
first
Fields will
time that
have.
they deviated from the typical Ben Roethlisberger pocket passer type offense in many,
Yeah,
many.
but he'll be able to learn from Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, that is. He'll be able to run for.
That's the types of quarterbacks that Pittsburgh has drafted because of that style of offense. Because they thought, okay, this is a winning formula. This has gotten us six Super Bowls. Okay, why not? Let's keep trying it. Let's keep trying it until it busts.
Yeah.
It's busted a handful of years now. You know, not because of Mike Tomlin over there, but because of the lack of getting all the pieces that they needed, and that's the
Yeah.
GM.
But
People want to blame Mike Tomlin for that. No, it's not Mike Tomlin. It's the GM. In half the cases of bad teams, it's the GM.
mhm.
the
But
The head coach does offer suggestions on who to pick, but it's the GM's decision. He can veto it,
right.
pick whoever he wants. And in our case, the owner has full power over everything because he's freaking David Tepper. But anyway,
Yeah. So are you also thinking win over the Broncos?
yes,
Same.
solid win right there. 24-17, I think.
Okay. We
It
now,
we win, but it'll be a win.
yeah, yeah. So we now step into the month of November. We head back home November 3rd for a 1 o'clock game against the second meeting of the New Orleans Saints. I'm gonna
This is
I'm gonna
one
go
that
win. I think we split with them, so I'm gonna go win.
this is one where I think this is a 50-50 for me. It depends on where we are at this point in the season. You know, if everything goes according to schedule here, okay, say that we follow that chart of what would the record be going into that?
Um, so I
Following
know
up
so I
schedule.
know for me, let's
0 and
see,
2, 0 and
one,
3,
two,
0 and 4,
three,
1 and
four.
4, 2 and 4, 3 and 4,
So
4
for
and
me,
4.
it would be 4-4 because
Yeah, 4 and 4.
you went with a win on with the Commanders. I went with a loss. I think that was the only thing we were different on.
Right. So 4 and 4. So if we go into this Saints game 4 and 4, I see potential and possibly getting a win here. If we don't stay on schedule and we go like only 2 wins going in, that's a loss.
Right,
So, like I said, this is why I do like quarterly uh checkups on this team, throughout the season. Or I was planning on doing that, and I kind of deviated away from it because of all the chaos of Matt Rule and Frank. But I'm gonna get back on that now, and I'm gonna say, okay, these are my predictions for the next however many set of games. At this point in the season, where are we? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What do we need to fix? What do we need to leave alone? You know,
yeah,
quarterly progressive checks. So around this time, we've just come out of mid-season, so that would be check number 2. During the regular season time, where are we? And that'll tell me, do we have a shot against New Orleans based on what we have seen up till then? What are our injuries look like? What are our trades and moves look like before the trade deadline? Because remember, they put that trade deadline right before that Saints game,
right.
right at Halloween. Um, what do we look like up to that point? That's going to determine whether we have a shot or not. So right now I'm going to say win, but ask me about that after about 3 or 4 games. Ask me again about that.
Hmm.
Let me get a good feel for this team, where we are injuries wise, patterns wise, and then ask me again. You know, but right now, way too early first look. Win 60% win percentage for me. It's going to be tight, but I say win. Um, David Screw says over on Carolina Huddle. Most fans are saying 1 or 2 wins. Looking at for a quarterback next draft makes me mad. I say we sweep New Orleans. I don't think we're gonna sweep New Orleans, buddy. our record in the New Orleans Dome is terrible, terrible, with a capital T.
Now, I think we split with the Saints. I think we split with the
Yeah,
Saints.
yeah, me too.
I think
I
I
mean, if
think we
we
have a
have a
better
shot at
chance.
beating them, it's going to be at home.
I think we have a better chance of sweeping Atlanta than the Saints.
Right, right. I agree. With all the controversy there, and the fact that they don't have an O line in Atlanta, and there's just chaos going on in Atlanta right now. So I agree. Our best chance of beating the Saints is at home,
Yeah,
but 1 to 2 wins, that's ludicrous. Come on now, 1 to 2 wins, that's just people hating on Bryce Young. Straight up, let's just call that what it is. Like, call a spade here. Y'all just hate Bryce Young. That's what it is. That's why you're only predicting 1 to 2 wins. Because I see at least five, bare minimum. At least five.
right.
If we're not getting at least five, there's something terribly wrong, and we need to look at this roster and what's going on here and reevaluate what we're doing. Because clearly that process isn't working. But if we get the 7 to 8 wins that I think we can get, then get excited because we're going in the right direction and we're doing everything right that we should be doing. And the coaches are progressing us where we should being progressed. You know, the little things, footwork, hands, technique. Um, you know, are you coming out of a drop perfectly? Are you guarding properly? You know, little things. With Dave's energy with the team, can you not see more than 9? It's not about Dave's energy at this point. It's about our schedule. It's about what we're facing. Because you have to consider what's on this schedule. We've got Dallas, we've got Philly, we've got Cincinnati, we've got playoff teams, man. These guys are heavily armed and dangerous teams.
Yeah, and not only that, some of these teams we haven't beaten in a couple of seasons.
Yep.
That's another thing we got to keep in mind that we factor into some of our decisions. Some of these teams we haven't beaten in a couple of seasons.
Right. I mean, this may be a revamped offense, but this is not the complete Carolina Panthers roster yet. We need one more offseason to be able to pull that off.
Like for example, the Raiders,
We're not quite
we didn't even beat them back when we had Cam during his first stint.
right. And I mean, at the time that you're referring to, we were developing that future Super Bowl roster. You know,
Yeah,
that was the first year of developmental of it. That's where we're at right now. First year of it. Okay, we roll into the season, we figure out what's wrong. We go into 25 off season and we fix all the holes in the boat. You know, once we've exposed all those holes and seen them go against live competition. Now we know exactly what to fix. We can pinpoint things now. Yeah, you built a solid foundation. You built the walls, you know, tentatively. Okay, this is first draft. Think about like if you're writing a book, you've got first draft, second draft, third draft, heavily edited last draft, and then published. Right?
right.
We're in the first draft, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So we're writing the story.
Right in
Then
the
we can go
story.
back and we
I
can
like
get
that.
edited, and then edit it again, and then edit it again, and then edit it again and again and again until we finally get it to where we can publish it.
Hmm.
And at that publishing stage, you know you got a solid winner. That's going to be a New York Times seller, right?
Right, right,
That's how these. That's how the book writing process goes. Same thing here with the Panthers. You just have to edit it, and it takes quite a few years to finally get it perfected, and then do it consistently, like KC is doing it, and like New England was doing it, and it's and like Green Bay was doing it for a while. You know, you have to
right.
really be on your P's and Q's. Dot all your I's and cross your T's because it's not easy. It is not easy at all.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Furious, welcome to the
There's half
stream.
the time.
Stream, he says, "Oh, cyber fight holding a." Oh yeah, I did read about that. I hadn't forgotten about that. Furious, thank you for the reminder. Um, Damien says Panthers O line still shaky. I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet.
I agree.
I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet, especially with the additions that we got.
Um, I would actually agree with that because of Taylor Moton and Icky.
Oh yeah. Well,
Because if these guys don't step up, we're gonna have to replace them.
but we.
To me, that's shaky.
So this is.
You have Brady Christensen, you do have Cade Mays, but it's not enough.
So Icky is going into his third year. Had a good rookie year. Had a sophomore slump. So we'll have to see how this third year goes. Moten, yeah, I definitely can understand that Moten is starting to look like a liability. Unless he can fire off like some of that production that he used to have that warranted how he got that
Yeah,
big bonus in the first place.
yeah.
But let's see.
I'm not thrilled with those two right now. And the fact that people kept scapegoating Bozeman for the problems of these two players really pissed me off.
Right,
I bought a Bozeman jersey, and you guys know how I feel about jerseys.
right.
When I buy a player's jersey, I know that they're going to stick. I know that they're a great community person. I know that they're a great influence in the locker room. I know that they could do so many things that could benefit this team, and it's above and beyond what a Panther should be. You know what I mean? So I take that very, very seriously when I get autographs, you know, and jerseys of players. I don't mess around. I look for specific players. You saw it yourself, Blitz, when I was at training camp. I wanted specific players
Yeah,
for obvious reasons. You know, I wanted Frankie Luvu. I wanted the big names that I knew were going to stick. So when I bought that Bozeman jersey, I thought, okay, this is Ron Cool 2.0. Turns
mm,
out I was right. And just because the dude can't pass block as well as he can run block, yeah, we're switching the system up, as far as the blocking scheme, but that's no reason to get rid of something that works. You know what I mean? Like that's what frustrates me. The dude had no injuries whatsoever. Well, if he did, it was very rare, and he was solid, man. Like you can't just keep scapegoating players and then kicking them off the Panthers and expect that not to bite you. This is what's frustrating about this. The fan base will continue to do this. You scapegoated Bozeman, you scapegoated Brian Burns, you scapegoated CMC, you you scapegoated Dante Jackson. Now you're scapegoating uh, Sanders. Sanders is next. How long until they go after Zavala or the guy that was just put it in center, Corbett.
Mm.
How much longer until we go after Corbett because of his injuries? This
Yeah.
this is stuff that's got to stop. Stop scapegoating players when it's not their fault. Okay, if the player is garbage, the player is garbage. There's not much you can do about that on the field, skills wise. Unless the player improves their skills. But you don't fix it by getting rid of the one person that might have been a problem, but probably not, over the people that were obviously the problem. And you're
Mm.
just not using your eyes and getting out of your tunnel vision to see it. And because all these people are getting thousands and thousands of views, the management listens to that instead of us, who are continuously spouting the truth every week, and you just don't want to listen because you're too stuck in your tunnel vision and seeing what you want to see.
Yeah. Um.
Frustrating there. So as a result, Bozeman is yet another victim of this, which pisses me off
Yeah.
as a
Which
fan.
is understandable. I happen to notice in your chat few things. David was saying Ron Rivera's decent coach, but didn't have the energy Dave Canellis has. Never had an energetic coach. Um, of course, remembering what how Baker Mayfield did with Dave Canellis. Okay, I'm gonna say this. There's a few things. David, I'm right there with you. I'm gonna say there's a few things to keep in mind. Number
Mhm.
one, Ron Rivera was a decent coach. No, we're talking about somebody that was a two-time coach of the year. Decent. He was more than decent.
Definitely, and he
A,
took the Super Bowl.
a lot more than decent. I mean, not only took us to a Super Bowl, but 2 years as coach of the year. That's a big deal,
Don't forget
especially after
one.
starting off struggling. Um, Secondly, while I do love the optimism with Dave Canellis,
And I love his energy too.
we have to also keep in mind, I can't stress this enough, this is his first head coaching gig. I can't stress that enough. We've had too many situations where
Mm,
a coordinator has been an excellent coordinator, but has been a trash head coach. Look at
yep,
Chip. Look at Chip Kelly.
yep.
I mean, that's an example. Look
Just
at Cliff
in college,
Kingsbury.
work in the NFL.
There have been plenty of coordinators. I mean, I know we love them on defense, but you got to also look at Steve Wilkes' head coaching record.
Yep.
It doesn't compare to him as a D coordinator. It doesn't. It doesn't in the NFL. It doesn't even in college.
I'll come back to that in a minute.
So we got to
Come
just
on.
keep in mind this is his first head coaching gig. We don't know what this guy is like as a head coach. That's just I can't stress that enough.
Yep.
You
And the
know,
energy doesn't turn into wins.
yeah,
Plays turns into wins.
right.
It
So
helps. It helps to have a coach that is energetic, but in and of itself, that does not turn into wins. You have to actually play on the field and do well.
yeah, that's why I really gotta see how the execution looks out there on that field before I can really start drawing up conclusions.
Yeah.
Because,
How
like I
does he
said,
situations? Does he, handle the clock management well? Does he use the challenge flags well?
yeah,
You know, things like that. Coach,
because a lot of energy that you're feeling, there's a handful of fans that had that same energy about Frank Reich.
yep. And we got handed a bill of goods.
Yeah. And the thing was, Frank Reich has been a head coach before. Dave Canellis hasn't. So that should say something.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is like I welcome Dave Canellis with open arms.
Yeah.
Do I see the potential? Absolutely. But at the same time, I have to go about this and remember this is his first head coaching gig.
Yeah.
Whether he played under Pete Carroll or the the greatest coaches of all time, this is his first head coaching gig.
Yeah.
Now, I really do hope it translates all that he's learned and picked up. He can dish out as a head coach. That remains to be seen. But unfortunately, there have been a number of examples in the NFL of awesome coordinators, offense side and defensive side, that have turned out to be trash head coaches.
Yeah.
Sucks to
Absolutely.
see, but it happens.
About Steve Wilkes, I don't want to start a full fledged debate here, but I mean, the only way to improve that record is to put him in situations that can improve his record.
Right.
Like, I know where you're gonna go with that conversation, and I, in retrospect, now everybody's like, "Oh yeah, Steve Wilkes was the answer. Steve Wilkes was this. Steve Wilkes was that." It's like, bro, we've been trying to tell you. You just didn't want to listen because you're too hard headed, and you only saw the record. No offense to anybody, that was like that, because I know that Blitz to a degree was like that as well. But you got to give him a chance. He's not going to improve his record if you don't give him that chance.
Yeah. Like, would I have been mad if we had kept him? Heck no. I would have been like, okay.
I'm so curious to see what that offseason would have looked like. Who would he have drafted? Who would he have picked up?
My
I'm
my only hope was that
incredibly fascinated.
my only hope would have been that some of the mistakes he'd made, he would have learned how to fix and adjust for the next season. That would have really been my only hope if he were to have come back. But I was definitely open to the idea.
Because for me, I look at it objectively, based on the games that we had left, and like he won the games that he was supposed to win, and he took the L's that I felt were going to be L's anyway. So to me, that record looked exactly what it should look like at the end of that, minus the Tampa Bay loss.
Uh
And
huh.
getting back into that Tampa Bay loss, this was Tom Brady that was not scoring 20 points all year,
Right.
except for maybe 2 to 3 games. There's no excuse for you not to get a win there, considering we were getting over 20 points a game. So, I mean, that was lack of execution. That wasn't on Steve. That's on the players. You can't blame that one on Steve, the fact that we missed the playoffs. So, to me, like, I thought he did an excellent job, considering what he had to work with. I mean, you got to turn crap into lemonade.
Yeah.
He definitely did it.
He also didn't have a full season as well,
Yeah,
so that's
yeah,
that's another thing that'll still be a question mark.
yeah. And that leads into a whole conversation of what would he have done with a full season with that schedule, you know, and that team with that much talent on. That would have been fascinating to find out. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I think he done well. I think he would have made the playoffs.
Damien says that 6 year contract still sus. What 6 year contract? Who are we talking about?
Oh, the Frank Wright one.
Maybe. Here, I'll see what he confirms.
Yeah, as I remember, wasn't it Matt Rule that got handed like a 7-year contract?
Yes,
Yeah,
that might
I
be what
think
he was
that's
talking
what
about.
he's referring to because it was in the same time frame.
Yeah, gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Uh,
Um, so let's see. Wait, where were we? We were on Saints. Were you thinking when?
I am for now.
Same.
Yeah, way too early look. I'm thinking 60% win percentage,
Yeah,
but
that
that could change
that's
on a week
reasonable.
compared to where we end up after week 8 because we don't know where we're gonna be at.
Yeah, and then the final game before the bye. We are going international, ladies and gentlemen. Going international as the Carolina Panthers will travel to, I hope I pronounce this correctly, Munich,
Alliance Arena in Germany.
Germany, for a 9:30 in the morning game on November 10th against the New York Giants.
Oh my goodness.
And you know something? After
9:30 in the morning.
9:30
I
in the
don't think
morning.
anyone's had their coffee that early in the morning on a Sunday. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, yeah. Shoot,
Golly.
I might have to DVR that game.
Oh my god.
Um,
I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna be up. I'll be live streaming the reaction to it. Is that's on NFL Network? I get that one. All right,
uh,
cool,
is it?
cool. I'll be doing a reaction to that.
Oh, it is on NFL Network. Okay.
Yep, I'll be doing a reaction to that bright and early.
Um, one, I'm gonna go ahead and say I think this should be a win.
Yep.
I know we're gonna be going up against Brian Burns, but you know what? I think we're still gonna have a win. Um,
Just don't want to see Brian Burns matched up against Icky or Taylor Moton.
yeah.
Odds are
Um,
get matched up against Icky. If Icky has a bad year again, he's gonna demolish Icky.
yeah.
There's gonna be Max involved.
And oh, we're gonna be
I
playing
don't like.
against one of your Clemson boys and Isaiah Simmons.
Now here's the interesting thing. Um, this dude is a linebacker. Okay, they tried to convert him to safety in Arizona and it didn't work.
Uh-huh.
He's a linebacker. The Giants put him back at linebacker where he belongs. He's a outside linebacker, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But the guy's a beast. If you put him in the right system and you train him up, oh yeah, it won't take him long. He will be beasting and feasting. He's got the animal instinct in him. Excellent tackler. He still needs to work on his coverage a little bit, but as far as tackling and run stopping, the
Mm-hmm.
dude is unparalleled. So if you're putting him into a 3-4 defense, he's going to flourish. Um, a 4-3, not so much, and that's what Arizona was trying to do, and they didn't succeed with it.
Mm-hmm.
He would struggle under a Ron Rivera defense. But the thing is, you don't take him out of the linebacker spot though, because at that stage, he's more like an AJ Klein type. Like he'll run stop and he'll shut down the corner runs. He'll shut down the edges. But he's a very talented tackler and somebody you really want on your defense in your linebacking core. Um, but like I said, the Giants don't have the right system for him. Neither does Arizona. So we can take advantage of his coverage ability
Mm-hmm.
and use that against him with our wide receivers.
Oh, Damien was talking about Dave Canales' contract. Six
Oh,
years.
oh,
I
oh.
see. Gotcha.
Gotcha. I didn't realize it was 6. I thought it was like 4 or something like that. Mm. Okay. 6 is fine. 6 is fine. As long as he gets the job done, you know. I
Right.
don't. It's Tepper's money. You know what I mean? Like, but I feel like Tepper didn't even mean to find a hidden gem here, and he happened to find one in Dave Canales.
Right. Right.
He didn't even realize he was finding one. You know, every once in a while, the gopher sees his shadow, man. Every once in a while, it happens.
Right.
So you got lucky, and in this case, I think he got lucky with Dave Canales. So back to what
Hmm.
I was saying about Isaiah Simmons. I really do believe we can take advantage of him with our wide receivers.
Yeah.
If we try to cram the run game down his throat, it's not going to work.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Yeah. He and about two or three other defensive players will shut down the run if we try to force it. And in the words of Dick Canales, I'm not giving up on the run. I'm going to force it. In other words, and he's confirmed that with this 6 running back room of his, which I mean, what are you planning on doing with all these running backs? Like, what is the plan here?
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure that out, but
I'm
we'll
trying to
probably.
figure out like what you're using these running backs for. Okay, one of them is meant for speed back. One of them's meant for power back. One of them's meant for, okay, I'm going to put you out there and make and let you run routes and get short passes for me, screens and stuff like that. Okay, fair enough. Then what are the rest of them? What are the rest of these guys doing? Bench warming, getting cut because of the 90-man roster. I mean, that's not competition to me. That's saying, okay, well, we're going to push you guys, but somebody's job is at risk right now.
Right. Right.
I'm not going to say the name. Everybody knows who it is.
Yep.
Somebody's contract is at risk because you picked up a running back that only had one successful year in Penny. You show
Yeah.
me one successful year, okay, we could justify this pickup. And say, okay, this is to push Sanders to do better or go out the door. I could justify that move now. You know what I mean? But
Right.
with only one successful season and the lack of touchdowns, who are you trying to fool here? That's my problem with this. And to say that he is better than Chuba or anybody else in this room is clown. It's cap, bro. It's cap. I'm sorry, but it is.
Hmm.
You might have an argument if he's better than Blackshear, or anybody below that. But even Blackshear and Spencer Brown had consistent years in preseason where they eclipsed that.
Yeah. Which is fair.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're just basing it on average, that's nothing, bro. That's not even an argument. I'm sorry, but it isn't. Shout out Marcos Cash. How you doing, man?
What's up? What's up?
Tepper has cat scratch fever. Good one. Uh, maybe Penny can progress and become a dollar.
Ah, that's creative.
I see what you did there. I see
That
what you did there.
that's creative. I like that. I like that. Well played.
Yep. Yep,
Well
yep.
played. Um, but yeah, I think
Marcos,
I definitely.
Marcos says Kenny is nothing more than a body till Brooks gets 100% healthy. Yep, facts.
There you go. Um, but yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna beat the Giants in Germany.
Yep, yep. We're gonna put on a good show for the Panthers fans in Germany. So Panthers fans in Germany, get excited. Come out to that game, please do. Sell, buy tickets, for real. You are going to see a win, and that's coming from streamers that know what we're talking about. Go check that game out. Don't sit on your couch. This is your one chance to go see your Panthers in action and potentially see a win this time.
Yeah, which
That's got to be a great feeling if you're a Panthers fan over there.
the last time we played in an international game, we did win. So
Yeah, yeah. So you'll get another chance to see another dub there.
yeah,
So get excited, man. That's heck yeah. I'd be buying those tickets up. Definitely.
but and then after that week, we get our bye. So week 11 is our bye.
Yeah.
Um, nice spot, nice spot in the schedule. So not too bad, not too bad. But we come out of the bye in week 12, November 24th,
Into an automatic loss.
at home against the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs.
That's an L. I'm not even hesitating to
That's a
put an.
big ol' L.
Yep.
We're
I'm
not a
not even
we're not a
worried
dynasty yet,
about.
y'all. They are.
Yep.
That's just
I'm not even guessing that that's going to be a loss. I'm saying it. I'm telling you that's a fact. It's an L. We can't even light a candle to this team the way we're built right now. We could maybe less a half with KC's built team the way our roster looks right now. That's the best we're going to be able to do. Once they come out of halftime, it's like a freaking Madden video game.
yeah,
I'm just saying it right now. They are going to find every single weakness that we have and exploit it, which is a good thing for us because it teaches us this is a learning experience for us because we already know we're taking the L anyway. Let's just learn from it. Let's say, okay, this is where we can put this stuff on film and say, all right, how can we fix these things? Because the very next week we're playing Tampa Bay in our stadium, and
right.
you have to be ready to go. This is a division team.
Yes.
This is a potential win right here, depending on what weaknesses come out of that KC game. And it's also a bad thing because whatever is on tape is also on tape.
Yeah.
If you catch my meaning by that,
Mhm.
you know, strengths and weaknesses. So my whole thing is like, it just depends on what weaknesses we come out of KC with. Um, if the weaknesses are smaller than we think they are, then we're on target. You know, we should be able to come out of that Tampa Bay game with a win following it. If not, that's going to be a trouble game.
Right.
That's going to be a big trap game for us, getting our 7 to 8 wins.
Yeah.
But right now, I put the win percentage at about 60%. But again,
Yeah.
you don't know what this team is going to look like coming out of week 12. It could look completely different from what you saw in the beginning of the year. And often it does because of the NFL trends and how things switch up.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be a hard fought battle, but I say we squeak out a win over the Bucks at home.
I think so too. Yeah. It's going to be an ugly win, but it's going to be a win.
Yeah, which that's week 13. The Bucks week 13, um, December 1st. But then it's gonna get nasty again
Yep.
because December 8th for week 14, we got to play who also not too long ago played in a Super Bowl and has been a threat in the playoffs for the last couple of years on the road against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Loss.
Yeah, that's definitely a loss. I
Not
hate to
even
say it.
hesitating on that one. Loss. Take
Yeah,
it as a learning experience. Whatever we can learn from these bigger teams like this.
right,
Just take your healthy L and move on. You know,
right.
Dallas Cowboys, same thing. Loss.
Yeah, Dallas Cowboys on December 15th. Yeah, we haven't beaten the Cowboys since Cam Newton was our quarterback.
And on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's the last time we beat the Cowboys. So, yeah,
Which trivia question, what type of jersey were we wearing that day?
color rush.
Correct. I want to see if the chat could get that one. But
Oh, my
you,
bad.
you beat him to it. You beat him to it. That's all right. I knew you knew the answer. I should have said that before I boarded that out. But all right. Second trivia question about that one. Don't say it because I know you know the answer. I know you do.
Okay,
You caught a pick in that game.
I'm gonna keep my.
Chat. Who you got? Who you got? Who you got? I know y'all know the answer to this. Come on now. This is easy. I'll give you a hint. He doesn't like being tackled. Hmm? Correct.
Oh, he got two in that game,
Also correct.
but there was another that got a pick six in that game. Luke wasn't the only one that got a pick six in that game.
Correct. That's the one I'm thinking of.
I already know who it is because I remember the run back.
Yep. Uh huh. You already know Blitz. Let's see if the chat can get this one. I mean, the first one's obvious. David Screw says, "I'm jerky. I can't function."
Oh, that.
Fair, fair.
Wow. Um, but yeah, like,
Yep, yep,
and
yep.
that was 2015, y'all. We haven't beaten the Cowboys since 2015.
Yep,
Like, yikes.
yep. Marcos Cash says, "I just want to see competitive football regardless of wins. Don't get me wrong, wins are awesome. I just want to see good football for a chance this season."
Hey,
Facts, man.
hey,
That's
I
what
can
you're gonna
can
see.
appreciate that. Yeah.
No matter what this record looks like this year, you're gonna see competitive football. We're gonna play a solid half against the Chiefs. You know, we're gonna play a solid 3 quarters against Dallas. We're gonna play a solid 3 quarters against Philly. You're gonna see it, but we're not gonna be able to finish because these teams are much stronger than us. You know, so you will see it if everything goes correctly.
Indeed, indeed.
Um, so that being said, we've got a loss against the Eagles. We got a loss against the Cowboys. Moving on to week 16, you got the Cardinals. That should be a win.
Oh, that better be a win. That
That's the I'm going to get pissed off if we don't win this one.
That better shoot. They beat us last time. That better be a win this time.
Agreed. Yep. Yep. The
If we
Giants beat us last year too, by the way.
shoot, if
So
we
the
if we lose to the Cardinals, man, shoot.
it only helps our draft pick. That's the way I see it.
But
I we'll get into that in a minute, you know. But if we were to lose a game like that, it only helps our draft pick. It only helps us, to be honest. Um, but yeah, that's win. We both have win on that one.
yes. And then second meeting the 29th of December on the road against the Buccaneers.
This is going to be a tougher one. I think the second time around, when you play in Tampa, it gets a little bit tougher, but that should be a win. That should be a win.
Whew. I would love for it to be we have not swept Tampa Bay in a long time.
That's a fair point. We're going to end up sweeping somebody, and you know what? You know what? I'm changing that to an L. That's an L.
Yeah, I hate to say
Because
it.
that's in Tampa. That's in Tampa. Plus the fact that the playoffs would be on the line.
Right.
Um, a trip to the playoffs for a wild card for us would be on the radar. But we'd be on the outside looking in,
Right.
and I'll explain that once we finish this schedule, because you probably know where I'm going with this. But L there, that's going to cost us a trip to the playoffs regardless. That's going to close the books for good on those conversations.
Yeah.
Whether we have a chance or not, that's going to close the books. Um, and then Atlanta, we have a lot of problems with Atlanta in the dome.
Yeah. Even though we did beat them in the dome last
Yeah.
season,
Here's the
but
interesting part about this: you're going to see a lot of substitutions. A lot of people are going to be rested.
or actually no, I'm sorry, we did beat them at home. Never mind. Well, shoot.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I forgot we started the season in the dome last season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, L. I hate to say it. I think we have a better chance of sweeping them, but still.
Oh, oh. Marcos Cash has a point. He says Cards did beat Dallas, so it's no cakewalk. Yeah, any given Sunday. Good point. But I mean, if you look at what Dallas was doing at the time that they beat them, yeah, that was a total shocker, though.
Indeed. Indeed.
Dallas came in there just lazy and unprepared, and just they thought it would be a cakewalk win. This is why there are no cakewalk wins in the NFL.
As a matter of fact, they beat both Dallas and Philly.
Exactly. And this is why I've made the point many, many times. There are no cakewalk wins in the NFL. You could say win, 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 all you want, and
Hmm.
say it should be definitely a win, you know, but to call it a cakewalk win, no, there's no cakewalk wins in the NFL.
Right.
This is not the college season, you know, where you're battling people like Western Kentucky and places like that, if you're an SEC school. This
Right.
is not how that works in the NFL. There's no cakewalks in the NFL. You either win or you don't. Period. Period. It comes down to that. You either execute or you don't. And if you didn't execute, why did you not execute? Why did you not get the win? That's when the conversations and debates begin. But that's an excellent point though, Marcos Cash. Davis Chris says cakewalk gives diabetes.
Wow.
Facts. Diabetes.
Diabetes. You check your blood sugar and you check it often.
Walter Brumfred.
Um
Walter Brimley.
so yeah, I'm gonna say unfortunately
Mr. Walker.
a loss in Atlanta.
The interesting thing is, like I was saying, there's going to be a lot of substitutions because
Hmm.
people are going to be resting players, and like at that point, Atlanta's going to be so downtrodden because of their schedule, and what they've done all year that I just don't see Atlanta coming in wanting to try to get that win. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So they'll start resting people just to make sure they don't get injuries to star players, so that they can keep them for the whole off season. Some starters might play, some might not.
right, right.
It's impossible to tell
So
um, who might actually play. You just have to catch it. Like uh, you have to understand like what they're doing and where they are. You know,
correct.
what what each player is doing.
So my final tally, and like I said, of course, this is before any previews or anything have happened, before any of the talent has set foot. My current tally right now is a 8-9 record.
Which is exactly on target with what I had predicted. The 78 wins,
Yeah.
dead
So
on target.
so I
Oh, and then it has Ray McLeod. I forgot about that.
yeah. So that's kind of my best case scenario, 8-9. Because like I said before, while I'm excited for Dave, this is his first head coaching gig. I want to see what he can do starting 0-0 as a head coach.
Yep. Atlanta also has Tyler Vrabel. They've got from Clemson specifically. They got AJ Terrell, which pissed me off. I got so mad when they drafted AJ Terrell.
I remember you were mentioning that.
God, man, I went irate because I knew what this dude was gonna bring to Atlanta. And we got to play that twice a year.
Hmm.
That's a nightmare for our wide receivers. Not to mention now you've got Ruka Rororo, who is a run-stopping beast at defensive tackle.
Oh yeah.
So as I continue to watch Clemson players go to our NFC South opponents, it's not a good look, man. When we're not drafting one of these people,
Right.
we've got needs. I mean, if you like a certain player better than one of these guys, okay, fair enough. We can
Hmm.
debate it. But and typically I will go with your choice. If you make a solid argument. You got facts to support it. Okay, cool. You know, I'm down. But I'm not like Cody where I go completely ape about the fact that we're not getting Clemson players. I'm not going to do that. If there's a
Right.
better player available, I want the best players available for our team at the positions of need. Now make sure that you take that into account. Do not take me out of context here. Finish the sentence. I said at the positions of need. It's not just best player available, it's at positions of need. So,
Hmm.
and I know somebody's going to take that out of context. I guarantee it. Because they only will hear what they want to hear. So that they only use the first part of that sentence. But I want
Yeah.
you to whole sentence there because there's more to it. And I'm not just blowing smoke when I say that. I want the best 53 mind roster we could possibly build. Period. Did I stutter? No. Did I blink? No. That's what I want. If that's not a Clemson player, so be it. Taking bias out of it.
Hmm.
Would I love it to be a Clemson player? That's a bonus.
I noticed Marcos Cash says facts. Maybe I'm biased with Canales since he's Mexican American like me. Hey Marcos, I just wanted to say, since you mentioned that, I had to let you know I think chorizo is like one of the greatest things ever. I love me some chorizo.
There you go, man. There you go. Love it.
Like whether it's for breakfast, whether it's in a burrito, a taco, a quesadilla, I will eat the mess out of some chorizo.
Yes,
Just I just
sir.
thought I had to mention that. But
Yes,
carry on.
sir.
Um
Gosh.
so so I'm thinking 8 and 9. I mean, which is already a ginormous improvement for us. Like for that.
Marcos Cash asks, how would you feel about the new Buccaneers offensive coach exposing Canales' weaknesses? I mean, so far we don't know completely what his weaknesses are, do we?
mm, I
We
guess we
haven't seen him in action yet, in a Panthers sideline yet.
yeah, I guess we won't really know until the games.
Yeah.
That is unless a different team happens to expose them before we get to the Bucks, which that would be horrendous.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. David Screw says not worried because he has 14 years under Pete Carroll. Dude is ready. Yeah, that's facts.
That
That's
is a lot of years of learning under somebody. I will give them that. That's a lot to learn.
excellent coach, by the way, in Pete Carroll. His Achilles heel will always be that beast mode move that he should have made in the Super Bowl to win back to back Super Bowls. But you know
Yeah,
that's only one Achilles heel though.
yeah,
He
that's his one.
up until then.
He could have made a lot more, but it was just one. It was just
Yeah.
one. So I know I'm hard on him. I can be hard on him because I mean, like I said, that has to be one of the dumbest plays in NFL history. But he does have a ring, and he has a lot of playoff experience, and he has been well established as a head coach. So I got to give him that.
Mm-hmm. Marcos Cash says facts. Chorizo and eggs in the morning.
Oh yeah, very good, very delicious.
Yep, 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 yep. Uh, as far as the playoff
Um, you go ahead
conversation,
and keep talking. I'm gonna use the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back. Be right back.
yeah, I will. I'll cover that when he gets back. I want to cover first of all. Um, well, we do want to get to that video that David sent as well. The reactions to the players. Um, and I also want to bring up one other topic too. When he gets back. Bup, 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 bup. Give me 1 second. Let me hide the screen real quick because I got to check a message. Um, oh, okay. Okay, okay. Oh, they DoorDashed me some food, and apparently they messed it up. So with Pizza Hut. So mm. Anyway, I love me some Pizza Hut. I will absolutely eat me some Pizza Hut. And also for those that like fast food and stuff like that, if any of you guys are familiar with Mr. Beast, he's actually trying to sell his candy bars with the Zaxby's buckets now. So there you go. What was the prediction when Norman and Cam had a scuffle at a training camp and Benjamin was out for the season? That's actually a good question. Um, I wasn't actually doing predictions that year, to be honest. I thought 10 wins.
All right,
I
I'm
thought
back.
David Screws asked, when what was the prediction when Norman and Cam had a scuffle in training camp and Benjamin was out for the season? I said 10 wins that year.
I was thinking like honestly, like 7.
Yeah, everyone counted us out when that happened, and we went 15-1. Be careful with the L's. I ate a whole medium pizza by myself from Pizza Hut the other day. Yeah, yeah. I was telling him, we DoorDashed some Pizza Hut and they messed up the breadsticks. You know, this like uh bacon breadsticks. So yeah, uh, I'll be grabbing those in a second. But um, I wanted to talk about playoff numbers because the NFC South is a strange place when it comes to playoff records.
Right.
We won 1 year with 7 wins, and it was because the rest of the division was garbage, and they kept balancing each other out. And I had correctly predicted last year during the middle of the season that the NFC South would start balancing each other out.
Mhm.
Uh, and I thought, okay, if we could somehow turn all of this talent into something, we could possibly win this division. You
Yeah.
know, I thought that around September and October. I thought, okay, surely we could do something with this talent. We can win this division because I saw 9 or 10 wins easy on that schedule last year, easy, and we couldn't take it because we didn't know what we were doing. Now we
Right.
do. So, with that being said, the magic number is 9, really, that you're looking for, but occasionally it can be 8. 8 is enough to get you in the conversation. 8 is enough to get you in the door. If you get 7, you're outside looking in the NFC South. Um, and it's been a weird coincidence that every one of these division leaders had 9 wins
Yeah, that's true.
the last few years. So that tells me that my prediction of what I'm saying here is correct. That 9 is the magic number. You want to be in a conversation of taking this division lead, you got to have 9. You want you want to be foot in the door, you got to have 8. 7 is in the conversation, but barely. And then 6, you're out. You're just flat out out. So my whole thing is like we're predicting 7 to 8 wins. That's enough to get us in the conversation. And
Right,
and
right.
why I was bringing that up several times. When I've been pointing this out. because you just never know what might happen in the NFC South.
That is true. It is still one of the worst divisions, and it's open.
It really is, though. Um, so if this division keeps balancing each other out like it did last year, there's a shot, man. There's a shot at wild card. But you're going to have a lot of teams competing and hungry in that wild card race. That's the
This is
problem.
this is true.
So you better bring your A game. We better be bringing our A game. We better be crossing our T's and dotting our I's if we want to get in. But even then, even if we do get in and we don't win in the first round, don't panic
Right.
because to me, getting 7 to 8 wins and being outside looking in, that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
That tells me we did everything that we could possibly do this year. We maxed out our schedule, and we did all the little things right. And at least we were in the conversation. You know, I'll take that. That's more than we were last year. Way more than we were last year and the few years before that since Ron got fired. So I'll take it. Um, Getting into the playoffs is a bonus at this point. So if you do get the bonus, you're not getting the bonus points, but you're getting the bonus.
Right. Right.
So I mean, I'm happy with that. That tells me we're hitting absolutely in the right direction. We're slightly ahead of schedule if we make the playoffs. And it also tells me that the NFC South is still whack.
Yeah.
Can take full advantage of that. David Screw said, I really want the playoffs this year. If we lose, I can get a sigh of relief and say we lost to a legit team and a good coach. Facts. You
Yeah.
know,
That's
but
fair.
even if we make it to the first round, don't panic. At least we made it to the first round. That's at least something. You know that. How many years has it been since we've been to the playoffs? Since like 17.
2017.
Oh my god, that's too long. 7 years.
Yep.
Four score and 7 years ago.
Exactly.
It's time for a change, man. It's time for a change. 25 is going to be it, though. Oh, we're definitely making the playoffs at 25. If everything goes well with this season and getting what we need next off season,
Mhm.
we're making the playoffs next year. Depending, schedule allowing, 9 to 10 wins next year. Doesn't matter what our schedule looks like, 9 to 10.
9 to 10. Okay.
Yep, yep. That's way too early prediction, but and I mean way too early prediction. But with the amount of talent we would be loading up with and upgrading on, with the money that we have going
Mhm.
into this next offseason, do you see where I'm coming from? Like that's the path that we're going on.
Right. Right.
So it's kind of hard not to argue that we have that shot at 9 to 10 wins next year. In the 25 season. We're not getting it in 24. I don't want to mislead people here. We're not getting it in 24. I'm saying that cleanly and
Mhm.
plainly. But 25, count me in. You know, count me in on that bandwagon right there. Now, I might be wrong. There's a lot of factors before we get to that stage.
Right.
We
Right.
have everything going right in our direction. We got to have all the pieces together before we can say that. But I feel confident. That's why I'm saying it publicly. because I feel like with the schedule we're on and what we're doing, it seems to be right on target. Every piece, every target, seems to be right on target going in that direction. And I'm just following the trajectory, you know,
Hmm.
to where it inevitably goes, to where we have a strong, confident roster year after year after year after year, consistently. So long as Tepper doesn't interfere or his
Yeah,
wife.
that's gonna be a key. That's the
That's
key.
why I keep saying I don't want that man in that draft room anymore. I don't want him anywhere close to that draft room anymore. If there's even a sniff of that man possibly screwing it up, I want him out. He is not to be involved in the process because these guys have a formula and it worked. You look at that draft, you tell me that's not a formula and it worked to get exactly what we needed. He played everybody like a violin when it came to the center position.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
That man never had any intention of drafting a center. He fooled everybody, bro, including me. And it's pretty hard to do that because I've got a pretty good sniff and a pretty good bead on everybody and what they're doing. That fooled me. Not bad, Dan. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
You've earned my respect after that. Pull that off two, three, four times in a row with multiple drafts, then I'll be really impressed.
Yeah,
Then
he's got
I'm
to start cooking.
say we got a genius on our hands. I'm gonna be looking for it next year, man. You're gonna have to come up with something new. Oh snap! Um, David Screw says, "Be careful, Corey. You never know, bro." Yeah, true, true.
Yeah,
I look at it in a different perspective, especially this year. Also, here's a countdown. Frank didn't want Bryce and wanted CJ. That's why he bombed the season. Thoughts?
if that's the case, that's a pretty lackluster decision by the coach to just bomb because he didn't get the player he wanted. It's kind of a sad excuse if that's the case.
Yeah, that's a stretch from me. I'm sorry. That's a stretch. That's a conspiracy theory right there. It has yet to be proven, but if it is proven, so be it. But I'd be even more pissed off and upset with Frank at that point
Yeah.
because that's not acceptable. You don't do that.
It's like I didn't get the player I wanted. I'm going to intentionally not coach.
Like, who does that, bro? Who does that? Now, it's one thing if you're tanking for a higher draft spot. That I can make an argument for. That I can I can sell that. You know what I'm saying? But if
Yeah.
you're intentionally throwing games because you did, you know, you're pitching a fit like a 10-year-old because you didn't get the player that you wanted, bro. You were in control of that draft. You could have picked the player yourself, Frank. It's not just the GM that can pick the player; it's you too. Like, that's why I don't buy this. Like, if you're gonna throw me a conspiracy theory, you got to throw me something I can buy. You got to sell me on it. And that right there, I'm not buying it. That's my reasoning. Frank had only tall quarterbacks till Bryce. Look up his history. No, he had talented quarterbacks until Bryce. The height had nothing to do with it, bro. He had talented quarterbacks, and he did nothing with them either. Look that up. I mean, do we really need to go down the list? Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan. Come on, you know the list by now. Most of you that have been debating and arguing Bryce Young for the past 6 months probably already know this list by heart and
Uh,
can recite it on cue.
Hey, all I know is he wasn't too small to win a national championship or a Heisman Trophy.
Thank you.
I
Where
mean,
was the height problem behind Alabama's offensive line? Playing against uh, playing against SEC opponents who are now in the NFL, by the way. Same sizes. Nothing's changed. So you tell me. Russell Wilson didn't have that problem. Deshaun Watson did not have that problem. Lamar Jackson did not have that problem. Why is his height now all of a sudden a problem? Oh, you can't see over a line. He has to jump up just to throw the ball. Man, that's man. Oh man, literally, this is getting tiresome. This height debate is getting tiresome. I honestly, I'm done with that. Just saying his preference is talk. No, he doesn't have a preference, bro. He doesn't have a preference. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He's had all of these quarterbacks that he's lucked himself into. Get it, Andrew Luck, pun intended.
ah,
But all of these quarterbacks that were talented fell right into his lap. And what did he do with them? Nothing. Of course, Matt Ryan still threw for his 2,000 yards.
I
That's Grant
mean,
Matt Ryan being Matt Ryan. But
I,
everybody else, come on now.
I mean, when you think about it, when you really think about it, I could use the same argument that Ohio State quarterbacks haven't been successful in the NFL despite how good they've played in college. But guess what? As time passes, there's always going to be a team that's going to take a chance on them. Especially, I mean, what's the purpose of the draft? I mean, you're looking at picking up the best players, and sometimes those best players come from schools that maybe historically on paper may not have translated well in the NFL. But guess what? Still to this day and beyond, there's going to be plenty of teams that's going to take chances on them. I mean, are we going to get to the point where, oh, this player broke Ohio State school records, but he played at Ohio State. We're not going to draft him. No. No.
I mean, but at the same time, it does matter with the school history too. I mean, yeah, if you're talking like offensive linemen and like defensive linemen and secondary and special teamers, yeah, those people come from like really odds and ends schools. So you kind of expect that. Kickers as well. Um, Kickers, punters, special teams. But when you're talking like positional players like wide receivers, defensive ends, defensive tackles, linebackers, tight ends, running backs, quarterbacks, you know, all of these people typically come from bigger schools that have been battle tested.
Now, I'll say this. maybe some of those like, from like the other least, not as well known schools, maybe if they got a chance to, maybe get noticed a lot more, maybe in semi-pro to like an arena football or UFL league, that could help, sure. That might better their chances. But I'm a firm believer, if you make the kind of noise of, you know, great production, you should at least get an opportunity. I'm not saying you're gonna
Yeah, and
pass,
opportunity. Absolutely.
but you should at least get at least get a look. At least get a look. I'll
Yeah.
say that.
And my whole thing was like, if you're grading a player, say like that's from let's say Troy. Okay, Troy wasn't really noticed that much because of what conference they're in, and you plug that player in to say the SEC and the ACC, where his numbers would be battle tested against actual NFL draftees, and real big time people, you know, you would start to see average numbers, whereas, if you're looking at that player originally, those numbers would be inflated because it's Troy. That's what you look for is inflated numbers that separate themselves from the rest of that conference, the smaller teams in that conference. That's how you know you've got a potential baller. Say PJ Walker, for example, when he was in Canada. Look at the numbers he was putting up compared to his competition. You could tell he was ready for the next level.
Yeah.
It's a massive gap, is what I'm saying. And that massive gap, when you plug that player in with the rest of the higher up competition that's been graded higher, from big name schools, those numbers become average. So it's the sliding scale. You know what I mean? It's the plug and sliding scale. I have yet to come up with a name for that, but
Oh, is there actual? Oh, there's an official name for that. I see.
no, not yet. But that's my sliding scale. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. Um, but yeah, that's how I start to notice players like that. That are lower in the spectrum. Like say that running back Isaiah Isaiah Simmons, I believe it was
Um.
that running back that Clay liked from Rob Star.
Oh. Oof.
Yeah, I forget who that was, but it was from some smaller college, and like he had inflated numbers.
I
So I was
see.
like, okay, let's give him a look because that's what's going to catch my eye. It's not so much his what the scouts say about him. It's more so the numbers that are going to catch my eye because that says to me, okay, he's got the potential to match up against these people.
Yeah,
And
that's
these
fair.
people are going to the NFL level. That's a guarantee. These guys are getting drafted rounds 1 through 4. Okay, if you post up numbers that are inflated for, say, a Colorado State or a Temple, and those numbers plug into the sliding scale against those people from the first 4 rounds, he's worth a look. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that's how I scout these people, and I think it's fair because it's fair and reasonable because it gives everybody a chance to be seen and heard.
Yeah, that's definitely facts.
Oh snap! Do you remember Bia Petit? Oh my god, I can't even say that last name.
Bianca Patuca?
Yeah, Bia Patak.
Oh yeah,
I can't say the name.
yeah, Tim Bianca Patuca.
Yeah, and they advertise it for a meal at McDonald's.
Oh jeez. I vaguely remember that. Oh man, you taking it real way back. I vaguely remember that.
Bro, I'm telling you, if Kelvin Benjamin had kept going the way he was, they would have had Bojangles commercials for him.
Yeah, yeah,
One
probably when
thousand
you think
percent they
about it.
would. That's funny. That's a good one.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Um, I'm just stating facts I read on the internet. That's all. Well, see, a lot of the stuff that you've been bringing up is people's opinions. It's opinion articles. I mean, you shoot your shot here, but it's opinion articles.
hmm.
So you're basing your facts off of somebody else's opinion articles, and there's nothing wrong with that if they put facts in it, that makes sense and add to your argument. But to me, like it's just an opinion article if they don't put any facts in it. One thing I did want to address, I think it is time to address this concern is Smith Wade.
Charles Smith Wade, one of our draft
Yeah,
picks.
yeah. I think you know where I'm going with this.
Oh,
Um, if you look at his size and weight comparison to Dante Jackson, it's exactly the same.
oh, that.
Yeah. He had the same shoulder injury that Dante had back in college.
Oh snap.
Coincidence? I don't think so. This is scary here because if this is where we're heading with this man needs to watch his injury possibilities. Now, and another concern that the scouts pointed out was the fact that he was toe tackling.
Oh,
Both
he has a habit of
elbow and
that.
toe.
Watch the toes.
That's a problem. So, what did we essentially get here? A replacement, a younger and healthier replacement for Dante Jackson 2.0. I mean, I didn't want to point this out because I wanted to see how many people would actually catch on to this, and nobody did.
Oof.
So I do think it's time to address it.
Fair,
I was
fair.
trying to keep it downplayed until we knew for sure, but now it's become a problem because Gilly is still not signed with us, and I'll get to Gilly in a minute. But this corner room issue is becoming a problem, a serious problem, and we need to address it ASAP. Now,
I agree.
I have it under recent news, and I read this right before I got on stream. We are talking to other corners.
Yeah, especially if, you know, if Gilly is not gonna bite, yeah, we gotta keep it moving.
I mean, people are saying that Smith Wade is comparable to Bradbury.
Interesting.
No, I don't see Bradbury. I see Dante Jackson. I see Dante Jackson, and that's not necessarily a bad thing
Right.
because the the good and healthy parts about the Smith Wade are the fact that he has coverage abilities and he has pass deflections.
Right. Good point.
And similar to Dante Jackson, he does not have interceptions. But how many times was Dante targeted when he was healthy on the field?
Mm,
See, that's the point I'm trying to get to, because this is a good thing for us. We're getting a healthier, younger version of Dante Jackson that we traded away. So, in retrospect, good job, Dan.
yeah, I can be on board with that.
Now, the question is, you got J.C. Horn already. Cool. So, we've got Troy Hill. Cool.
Yep, we did bring him back.
Love it. Love it. Great re signing, by the way. Um, but who's our fourth? And therein lies the problem. We are right back where we started again. We didn't gain anything except for a younger, healthier version of Dante Jackson. This is why we need Gilly or we need another corner.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I've been pushing for. And we just haven't seemed to get on the same page about who we want. You know, I've been debating with people in the private chats about this, and me and Blitz both, and David has too. So, um, it's been quite a roller coaster trying to figure out who we want. But I think we settled on Eli Apple. I think the consensus is Eli Apple
Um,
if Gilly doesn't sign.
yeah, let me see who else is actually available now that I think about it.
You
At,
got Howard. Howard would be the next choice.
yeah,
And the problem with Howard is it's going to ask for a bunch of money.
yeah, he's gonna be expensive.
Yep. Um, there's also the guy from Dallas as well.
S-
That's going to
Uh,
ask for 10 mil. And 10 mil is too expensive for a four string corner. I'm sorry, it's too expensive. A four string corner is not worth $10 million. Not by a long
um,
shot.
I mean, there's J.C. Jackson, Cameron Sutton,
I would push for 5 million at max. And
or
that's pushing for a four string corner
or
per year.
if you really want to go veteran, I mean, I don't know if he got picked up, but
Yeah.
Patrick Peterson.
Gilly wants too much. If they can correct his foot tackles, then he'll be fine. No, it's not Gilly that was foot tackling. It was Dante Jackson that was. And
But,
people, I was even giving him crap for that one. Come on, man.
but yeah,
I even heck for
how would you
that.
feel about Patrick Peterson?
Patrick Peterson's gonna want too much.
Uh,
He's
mm,
he's worth the value if you're looking for a third stringer or a possible arguable second, but we're looking for a fourth stringer.
his previous average salary before he got released from the Steelers was 7 mil a year.
If you're looking to move Troy Hill down to fourth and push for a third stringer, I'd be okay with it. But it's going to be about the dollar amount at that point.
I would at least give him a call to see what he would be willing to settle for.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Uh,
Um,
I'd call Eli Apple before I'd call him though.
of course, Eli Apple is younger and wouldn't cost as much.
Plus, Eli
Um,
was actually in the Super Bowl with the Bengals.
yeah. There's also Trey Flowers, Trey Herndon.
Mm, mm. The rest of it's kind of iffy for
Yeah,
me.
which is fair.
I like Howard. I like Eli Apple, and I like the guy from Dallas. Otherwise, it's a wash for me. Um, and we'll talk free agency as far as backup centers in a minute too, because I want to cover that too. Um, but for right now, like this is we've got to get this issue covered right now. We got to get this done.
Yeah,
This is a major, urgent issue. If we don't get this fourth corner, that's why we went drafting and we went after Smith Wade. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Gilly had signed with us, we wouldn't have to worry about that. You know, we could have still drafted Smith Wade. We would have been a okay. You know, that would have been a solid corner room. But we put ourselves in this position because we didn't go after one of those big name corners last year.
right,
We missed out on Bradbury. We missed out on Josh Norman. We missed out on Hodges Tomlinson that went to Dallas. You know that we could have gotten. You know, there were at least three others I could name that
right.
we. Eli Apple is one of them, and now we got another shot at Eli Apple. I suggest we don't waste it. Now is the opportunity. You're getting a cheap, good four-string corner that we know we can rely on.
Good
And
point.
so, what if he doesn't play the 3-4? Teach him. That's an added tool in his tool belt. He can take that somewhere else after a 1 year contract. You know, while we try to uh, use him as a bridge to get what we want in the draft next year.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Make that a priority. You know, a top three priority is a corner. Sutton might work. Sutton might work. How much would Sutton ask for? Do you think?
So his previous average annual salary was 11 mil.
Too much. Sorry, too much. Even with a hometown discount, too much.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that for a third string. That's second string numbers right there.
right.
You know, um, yeah. We'll cover that video, David, for sure. We'll get to it. Thank you for reminding me. Um, but yeah, that's an immediate concern that needs to be dealt with. I'm not. Originally, I thought it was Gilly's agent that was causing all the problems because if this was about money, it would have been solved 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
Yeah, and then then he thought, okay, well, I can control this team's draft. I can control how this team does what they do. You know, going after a corner.
Right, right.
So, and for an agent to have that much power is insanely ridiculous and unacceptable over a team's draft.
Hmm.
I just don't find that acceptable. This dude's manipulating, you know? That's what I thought. And then come to find out it's Gilly the whole time.
Interesting.
The dude's asking for more money now. It's
Oof.
like now you want more money after all of this nonsense.
And
Now it's about money.
and see his average with the Cowboys was 10 mil.
Like, why are you playing with us, Gilly? What is this? Like, what are you
Yeah.
doing, sir? We need a fourth corner, and we would love to have you, man. But you playing games with us, man.
Seriously.
That's why we're on the phone with all these other corners because you keep playing all these games. You keep playing, you keep messing around, you go find out. You gonna be sitting on that couch for the next 6 months. That's what you get. You reap what you sow.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just trying to be reasonable with you, sir, because I know that some of these players watch these streams. I'm just trying to be reasonable, man. I'm just trying to tell you this is what's going to happen as a consequence of your actions. You have the power to change this right now. You have the power to come here and join something bigger than yourself. This train is going to take off from the station pretty soon, whether you're on it or not. Now, which would you rather have? Eli Apple on this roster or yourself? Choose one. Because I guarantee you, Dan is tired of playing games with you, clown butt, man. He's tired of this. I'm tired of this, and I'm not even a GM. I mean, come on, man. How many contracts have been put in front of you? How many? And you don't want a single doggone one of them. Why not?
Yeah.
And don't talk about money. Because this ain't about money, sir. No, this is your pride and your ego. Because otherwise, that contract would have been signed 2 months ago. Put money on it, put it on paper, sign it. Done. 2 months ago.
Yeah. Got it.
This is ego. Like, I guarantee you, if Gettleman was controlling this whole situation, he would have put a number down and he would have said, okay, you go past this number, we're not signing you. Period. Go on your own way.
Right.
That man did not play any games because he was serious. He knew exactly what he wanted to build.
This is true. This is true.
And I know people are not going to want to hear this, as far as suggestion for Dan, but it's time for Dan to put his foot down. This has been too long. We let you have your fun. We let you play your little games. Now we're done. Now it's crunch time.
Crunch time.
You either sign the document or you don't. I'm done playing, bro. If I'm dead, I'm done with this garbage.
Yeah, they playing around too much.
I'm done with this garbage. This junk would have pissed me off at least a month ago. I'd be like, all right, you want to try to control our draft? Fair. Now you want to play around and act like it's money? Nah, we're cutting ties. I want Eli. I'd be getting on the phone with Eli that day and cutting your dumb butt off. You could sit on the couch for 6 months.
Yeah, it's a bummer too, cause he's a South Carolinian from Rock Hill.
Man, I don't want that type of toxicity on my in my locker room. You're a distraction right now, man. You're becoming a distraction, and it's harming us. It's not helping us. It's harming us. Either you want to sign or you don't. That's what it comes down to. I'm done with this. Signing bonus or not, I don't care. Roster bonus, guarantee money. I really don't care. Sign the freaking document or don't. Put down a number and be done with it, Dan. This
Seriously.
is getting ridiculous. I mean, I want Gilly just as much as the next man here, but this is too long.
Oh
This has
yeah.
been too doggone long. I would have put a stop to this before the draft even. Here's how I would have handled this. I would have said, okay, I'm going to take a page out of Dave Gettleman's book and just said, okay, I've handed you two different contracts in the month of April. You don't want them? All right. You're not controlling my draft. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to slap one more number down 6 days before this draft. You don't want it? I'm parting ways with you. And I'm signing Eli Apple within the week. Don't like it? Too bad. Go sit your butt on the couch and quit and and be done with it. Because I'm not hosting a child on my roster that likes to play video games. This ain't video games, sir.
Uh-oh.
We're trying to build a roster. We're trying to build something real here. Either you want to be a part of it or you don't. If you want to be on a competitive team that's fixing to go and go after a ring, this is the right place for you.
Yep.
But don't act like you can control our contracts and control our draft and think you can get away with that. We gonna send you on your way. That's how business works, sir.
Right, right.
The NFL is a business. Did you forget that? Now, if it really is your agent and this is the Josh Norman situation, I'm gonna let you off the hook. But you need to come out and say, "This is my agent doing this." All right, I need you to plainly say that, please. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep believing it's you.
Fair point. Very fair point.
All right, now the free agent market for center
All
is
right.
garbage.
Switching to center.
Yeah, the free agent market for center is garbage. I've been saying that for months now, and I said if you don't want to draft a center, that's what you're going to be doing with.
Oh man. Tyler Larson?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Is this the same Tyler Larson that once played with us? Oh
Correct.
Lord.
Yep. Let me pull up
Hmm.
free agent centers.
Oh, want to bring Pat F-line back?
No.
Corey's like, bump that. um, I mean, there's not really much on here. I mean,
NFL.
there's Connor Williams, but I mean,
Let me bring it up on my screen real quick
he's gonna want to.
because y'all need to see what this list looks like. I'm not pulling anybody's leg here. This is real. This is what we're doing with. And this is because you didn't draft a center. Now this is what we're facing. And I mean, credit to Dan for playing games with people, man, and making them think that we were going after a center, and we got what we needed. I mean, props to you. Props to you. That was a great game plan. But the problem is now you're dealing with this free agent list. All right, so here's what we got left. We've got Kingsley, who came from the Lions.
Right.
You got Andrew Meyer, who came from the Dolphins. And the Dolphins' offensive unit was very questionable against very strong teams,
Right.
but good against weaker teams. So is that Andrew Meyer's fault or no?
Mm,
Hard to say. Um, so that's really the debate you would have with him. I would trust Kingsley over Meyer. You'd still be doing with 950K. You know, as a what is this category? AAV. What is that? Average something value.
yeah. Average annual salary. I
Uh,
believe that's what that
Average
is.
annual value. All right, so you'd be doing with an annual average value of just about a mil with Kingsley. $2.8 million value wise, which is not too bad. That's the value of a rookie center. Uh, you'd be dealing with Drake Nugent from the Niners, Duke Clements, Brian Hudson, both from the Lions. You'd be dealing with Bryson Mays from the Niners, Will Putnam. I mean, do we really want Will Putnam though? Come on, be honest.
I think not.
No, that's an average mid Raiders team. No, thank you. Uh, Mike from Seattle, Andrew Rom. I'm pretty sure that's how you say his name. Raym. Rom.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was from us. That was a training camp guy.
Right. Right.
Charles Turner from New England, who was trash. Bucky Williams from the Chargers. And Lecious Smith from the Green Bay Packers.
Uh huh.
Those are the ones that are on the list starting out here. So realistically, you're doing with Connor Williams, Mason Cole, Scott Queensberry, Connor McGovern, Tyler Larson, Jonathan Harrison, Pat Efline, Corey Levin, Cameron Tom, James Ferentz, J.C. Hasnor, and Keaton Sutherland. In other words, pure garbage on this
Oof.
list. Pure garbage. That's what I was warning people about before this draft ever started. I tried to warn you guys. And the warnings went unheeded. So, I mean, now what?
Now what?
So the plan is to put Brady Christensen behind
Corbett?
Corbett.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
So what you're basically doing is locking Brady Christensen up into a box
Oh.
because this dude is a multi-tool Swiss knife. You can put him anywhere on that offensive line, he'll do well. Same thing with Cade Mays. So what you're now asking Cade Mays to do is become Superman in that depth chart,
Pretty much.
and you got this. This is where I got a problem, man. I don't like this, and you're not picking up. Even if we went after Tyler Larson or Pat Eflin, I'd be okay with that because at least we got something behind center that we know we can trust. But and that would free up Brady Christensen to do whatever he needs to do.
Right.
Because the chances of Corbett going down with an injury are high. So you do have Tyler Larson, who is not an injury prone guy. You do have Pat F1, that's not an injury prone guy. So
Right.
you can trust them. But how well can they block? Probably not all that well. So you'll need somebody to help them out, which would be Brady Christensen on either the left or the right side.
Okay.
You know, preferably the left because we've been having a lot of issues with Scott Chandler. I mean, Zavala.
Chandler Zavala.
Yeah, with Zavala. So that would be where I would put him. To maximize his ability to be that Swiss Army knife.
I see.
And then Cade Mays will be freed up to do whatever he needs to do, wherever he is needed. Whether it be behind Taylor, whether it be behind Icky, wherever that's needed. You know,
Hmm.
that's where I would move him to. Because bottom line, we didn't get any tackles or guard help in this draft.
Right.
So that's the direction I would go, and it's worth a few million to me, to do this.
Hmm.
If I was Dan, you're looking at 1.3 for Tyler Larson. You're looking at 1.1 for Pat Eflin. I mean, just pick one of these guys up. You're good.
Right.
They've had prior history with us. It's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Just pick somebody up though. If you want, but if you're going to put Brady Christensen behind center, you're locking him up into a box. He's not allowed to do anything else.
Right.
If Corbett goes down, he can't go anywhere else. And he is such a Swiss Army knife that it's going to drive him nuts because we have a lot of problem spots
Right. Right.
in this depth chart. So, to me, this is just I don't know. Let's look at guards real quick. Now, we did get Robert Hunt. I'll give you that. We did get Damian Lewis. Cool. So, I mean, we got our left guard and our right guard.
Right.
Cool. So, I mean, that's going to help out Zavala.
This
But
is
Zavala is
true.
going to be still a shaky number two.
Right.
You see why I'm saying this is because now you could put Cade Mays or Brady Christensen over there to help out
Right.
should you need to. But that leaves the tackle spot open. So one of those two has to deal with the tackles. One of them has to deal with the guards.
Right. Right.
That's that spot was. All right, so because of the fact that you did not sign another guard or tackle, you're dealing with this list here. You've got oh boy, this is not healthy here. Greg Van Rotten,
Oh, Greg Van Roten. Oh, another familiar name.
yep. Trey Turner.
Another familiar name.
The only problem with Trey Turner is he is fresh off that injury in New Orleans.
Right.
But I mean, is he a solid guard still? Absolutely. If you can keep him healthy. To me, it's worth the injury risk, because at that point, we're
Right.
already dealing with injury problems anyway. And we do also have the option of Gabe Jackson, who I thought was a solid guard last year. How much faith do you have in Gabe Jackson though?
Mm, not. Not as much as I would have in a Greg Van Roten.
Ooh, really?
Yeah,
And Greg came off the Raiders.
yeah.
Hmm. You've also got Justin McCray,
Mm,
Wyatt Davis. No. Justin Schaefer. No. I don't trust anybody coming out of Atlanta, offensive line wise.
dang. Well,
I wouldn't trust a single one of them. They have drafted a bunch of bums for their offensive line. Yeah, I said it, bums. Quote me on it. Because how many times have you seen an Atlanta quarterback stay on his feet for an entire game?
that's fair.
And that's not the player's fault. That's the GM. He's an idiot. He's just followed in the footsteps of prior idiots. So there you go.
Dang.
That have done the same exact thing. Could this perhaps be Arthur Blank?
It is very possible.
I mean, I'm not throwing it out the window yet. That's a theory.
That's fair. That's definitely a
Yeah.
fair theory.
I mean, conspiracy theory, but whatever. But yeah, there's not a lot here. Chris Reed from Minnesota,
I don't know about that.
Batai from Detroit, Nick Gates from Washington. But I mean, that's Phil Haynes from Seattle. That's really the best you're gonna do.
Right, right.
I'd vote Trey Turner.
You
It's
vote.
worth the injury risk for the talent that you're getting.
Yeah, fair.
We need a We really should get a tackle to help out Cade Mays and Brady Christensen. But the problem is, look how many tackles are still available. You got literally four left tackles available.
Right, right.
And they're all garbage. David from Green Bay, Charles Leno from Washington. You got Dwayne Brown from the Jets. And then you've got Donovan Smith from the KC Chiefs, who is 30 years old. All of them, common denominator is over 30 years old.
Over 30. Wow.
Yep. This is not it. This is not it. You don't want a left tackle anymore. So how about right tackle? Ooh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Yikes. You're looking at Billy Turner and David Queensberry?
Oof.
That's the best you could do?
Apparently.
Ouch.
Yeah, that
See,
doesn't
this
say
is this
much.
is exactly why I say you got to draft these people early. Otherwise, this is what you're dealing with. You get a bunch of 90-man roster people, but I mean, that's how many of those are actually going to pan out?
Right.
Probably none of them.
Probably not.
You're right back where you started when you're going into preseason mode. So now it's 90-73, I believe it is.
Uh-huh.
No, 79. It was 79.
Oh, 79. Oh, okay.
I think it's I forget the exact number, but it's somewhere in the 70s range, and then it goes straight down to 53.
Gotcha.
So it's a two-cut process now.
Two cut process instead of a
Yep.
three.
Mm-hmm. Two cuts, and it used to be four. You remember when it used to be four?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
At one
So
point
like
it
all the old
was.
Madden games will have the 4 cut system, and
True.
then it went down to 3 because of COVID, and now
Right.
it's
Decisions, decisions.
which I mean this is where I don't want to be a GM. You know what I'm saying? Like dealing with contracts and cutting down that 90-man roster
Right,
is
right.
horrendous because you know you're getting rid of somebody that's talented when you're building a roster like this. And these guys go somewhere else and they kill you because they're given an opportunity to take advantage of it.
Exactly.
Uh, I mean, these are the concerns we got right now. It is the offensive line and corner. Now, I would like some defensive end help. Let's see what's available. I doubt there's anything still there. Worth exploring, really. Ooh, I take that back.
Uh oh. What'd you come across?
I take that back. But we may not be out of the woods yet. Look at this list. This is good. This is encouraging. We got Ogaba from the Dolphins. You got Yannick is still out there. You got Charles Harris, from Detroit. Marquise Haynes. I want Haynes back.
I wouldn't mind having Haynes back.
Yeah, I want Haynes back. Rashawn Green, Shaq Lawson, who I would technically classify as a linebacker.
Uh,
David, it depends. Are they coming out of a 3-4 though? If they're coming out of a 3-4, I could see where they switched them. David Mayo was a linebacker, outside linebacker.
yes, that is correct.
Yeah, Anthony Barr, Kyle Phillips, Tanner Muse. Is that the same Tanner Muse I think it is? Ooh, Bruce Irvin. Bruce Irvin is still there.
We had him on our team once before.
Justin Houston's still there.
Uh,
Okay. Okay. Fair.
yeah,
Fair.
I don't know if I'd take a chance on.
Fair. Anthony Barr.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
I want Haynes. Out of this entire list, I want Haynes.
Yeah, Haynes I wouldn't mind
I'm not
since.
even blinking on this one. I want Haynes. All right, so with Haynes, uh, da, 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 da. Henry Anderson's out there too, but Henry's a really third stringer for me. But I'm gonna check out Tanner Muse in a second. But Haynes is 2.7,
2.7.
2.75. Yep,
Oh, okay.
which is not too bad. Now let
Can
me
work.
see if this is the same Tanner Muse. I think it is. Outside linebacker, Chiefs. Where's this? Yep, it sure is. That's the same guy I was thinking it was. He's from Clemson.
Oh, okay. Right
Ah,
on.
be doggone. He's out there. Wow. Rookie contract from 2020. 4-year contract, 4.3. Um, his most recent contracts were 2021, 2022, 1-year contract, 660,000.
Oh, interesting.
And then in 2023, he was signed to the Pittsburgh Steelers for one. 1 year, 1 million. We
Oh,
could get him for cheap. He's an outside linebacker, but he plays like a defensive end. He's a run stopper mostly.
hmm.
And if I'm not mistaken, okay, 2020. This dude was from Venables defense, I think.
Oh, really?
If I'm not mistaken, I think so. 2020, that sounds about right. Let me double check that. Um, because God, what was? Yeah, Brent Venables.
Interesting.
I'm saying, da, 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 da. I mean, by the way, Venables has a 40-23 record in Oklahoma.
Oh, really?
Just FYI.
Dang.
Yep, I saw that coming from a mile away. This dude's a ball coach. I want that type of energy in our office, man, in Charlotte. Just the intensity, man. Are you kidding me? We're talking about a man that shut down the triple option 2 years in a row that Georgia Tech had.
Oh,
Two
Lord.
negative numbers. Back to back years. Yes, negative numbers.
That's
Dude
pretty
stayed up till
impressive.
like 2 in the morning and camped out in his office, coming up with new defensive schemes.
Oh, sometimes you gotta really go in.
You look at this face, you tell me this isn't a fuck. Come on, man. Th- you tell me this isn't a freaking ball coach. Look at that face.
Well, it's like you're onto something there.
God. Dude looks like he's onto adrenaline or something, man. That's the most intense ball coach face I've ever seen in my life.
Well, as long as it's not a face that's similar to Adam Gase, we're
God,
good.
that was terrifying.
Yeah, that dude, I don't know what he was on, but
Yeah. 2012 to 2021. This is one of Brent Venables' guys. Yep, I was right. Tanner Muse.
duly noted. Noted.
Yep. I love anybody that was part of Venables' crew during that time period because these dudes were ballers. I love them. AJ Terrell was one of them too.
Oh, right on, right on.
Yep. Isaiah Simmons. Mm-hmm. All of those guys, monsters. Why do you think I wanted them so bad? And we had a need for it. You know, that's the biggest thing. We had a need for it. So that being the case, he was with the Chargers.
Okay.
Now I believe, unless that contract ended, yeah, I don't know what that contract is now, but anyway, point is, that's the same dude.
Same dude. Dang.
Wow. Yeah, I changed my mind. I want Tanner. You know what? Wait a second. Wait a second. $1 million? 1 mil?
That's all he's
Shoot, let's
worth?
sign them both. Let's sign them both. Heck with it. Let's sign them both. I want Haynes and Tanner. Give me both of them. We need some linebacker depth anyway.
I mean, you already got the organization going in on a lot of players for evaluations. So I mean, hey, I'm sure they got room to add more.
Defensive tackle. I mean, I feel like we won on defensive tackle on that one. Does he also play defensive end though? Because that was the whole reason of going after Justin Eagerby. That was the main reason I was targeting him.
Uh huh.
And I'm talking about like the defensive tackle that we drafted. Does he
um,
double up?
yeah, I believe so.
Good, good, good. That's what we wanted. Then goal accomplished, as far as I'm concerned. You do have Fletcher Cox out there. You do have although Fletcher Cox is getting old now.
Yeah, he is getting up there in age. That is true.
33. I mean, there's not much out here. So my whole thing is like that's what we're doing with here to solve those problems. No more safeties. Okay, no more safeties, no more running backs, please. We're full up.
Yeah, I can be on board with that.
We are full up. I don't have a problem with us signing like one kicker to give our kicker right now a challenge, you know,
Right,
which is
right.
what we've been doing. But I feel like we're really thin in a few areas. And that's why I'm saying like why load up the running back room when we still have not addressed corner and center. That's where I'm at right now. Technically we didn't address it. We addressed it by not addressing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. In a
And
in a way, I
balancing it out.
definitely.
So we balanced out two areas. We didn't progress, but we didn't go downhill, which I mean is not. It's good, but it's bad at the same time. If that
Right.
makes
Yeah.
the whole point of using two of those draft picks was to do exactly that, was to progress.
Right. Right.
So Miles Sanders, and that's the last big topic I've got really.
Okay.
Oh, also Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton's locked in. So what quarterback are we going after? While we're talking free agents.
Quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback.
I mean,
Okay, so he Dave Canales wants a veteran quarterback, right? All right. Take a look at this list and tell me what veteran quarterbacks are on this list that aren't going to cost us a fortune.
okay.
You know, that we can legit use. Because I don't see any.
I mean,
Tannehill is $29.5 million.
oh yeah, Tannehill. No, no,
Gone.
is too expensive.
That's the only one that's got value.
Yeah.
Warrior's terrible. Blaine Gabbert's terrible. AJ's terrible. Matt Barkley,
Mm,
waste of my time.
I would be to a degree. I would be okay with Blaine Gabbert to a degree, only because of
Maybe.
him coming from Kansas City.
Maybe.
Him playing behind Mahomes. But everybody else on that list, Simeon, don't care. Uh,
Right. Logan Woodside, waste of my time.
nope.
Felipe Franks, don't waste my time. Ben DiNucci, don't even know who you are. Don't waste my time. Garrett Gilbert, I'm halfway interested in him. I saw something in him in preseason, but that was preseason.
Yeah, that was
And
forever
I'd
ago
be
too.
willing to explore that again for a third string quarterback, but just to make sure we have a third string quarterback. Okay, sure.
I mean, if I had to choose between two, Blaine Gabbert and AJ McCarron, I would tolerate either of those two. I would tolerate.
Yeah. I would maybe argue a case for Brian Hoyer.
I think the only thing with him is maybe because of the age, but that's about it. That's really the only thing I can say is just because of the age, but that's minor. But I
I'd say
mean,
Gilbert.
there's really nobody on this list that just
Yeah,
really speaks out
yeah.
to me.
And then I had a thought.
What's that?
Watch what the Falcons do with Kirk Cousins. They're not allowed to trade him,
Yeah,
but they're
he's on a
paying him all that money.
yeah, he's on a no trade clause.
And now that you've invested in Michael Penix Jr., you got a massive contract to get rid of
Yep.
Kirk Cousins.
And if they release him, that's a humongous cap hit.
They've got no other choice. You either have to pay the man or you have to take a massive hit.
Yeah.
You put yourself in a massive box there. Horrible box.
So my question is, have they by default named him as starter, or is it
Everybody's leaning towards Penix right now.
really? Wow.
That's the talks.
Wow. So then
Yeah,
what the heck did they bring? Wow. So what the heck did they bring him over in the first place for?
that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah.
And Kirk Cousins is over here like, ooh, I want to play for a winner. I want to play for somebody that's going to give me a ring. Atlanta's not going to get you a ring, bro. I could have
Yeah.
told you that before signing.
Shoot.
I could have told you that before you even signed,
He would have
sir.
he would have been better off extending with the Minnesota Vikings.
Right.
Shoot.
I mean, it's less money, but still, you at least know you're going to be useful.
Yeah, and you at least are on a team that, at least has been able to do some damage that you've been to the playoffs with. So, I mean, but
I, if one of the players there that's on offense just wants a workout partner,
yeah. I
he's
mean,
down.
at the same time, it's both good and bad. Good because Kurt's gonna get paid, regardless. He's going to get paid.
Yeah,
It's just he might be so frustrated and he might not play or might not start.
right,
So
right.
it's kind of a catch-22.
It really is though. So when Dave Canales says I want to pick up a veteran quarterback, and this is after the draft, mind you, who are we picking up? There's nobody here, bro. Who are you picking up?
Yep.
The
A-
walking piece of glass.
And before anybody even has a chance to even comment or jump on this,
Yeah,
no to Cam Newton. Before anybody even thinks about it, no.
agreed. This dude hasn't even touched a football for 3 years. You think he's actually going to be able to play against a live opponent? Man, please. With his decision making after that concussion, no, thank you.
Besides, I mean, I understand the only benefit would be if we were to get him like right now. that
Mm.
would mean he would get, you know, training camp and all that. But
But
like you
how much would he ask for though? Because here's the problem with this. We paid him $10 million for 6 games, and he barely touched the football on the field.
and
We
not
barely
only
snaps.
and not only that, he's gonna have to be able to accept that you're not starting. Plain and simple as that, you're
Right.
not starting.
We're third string now
Yeah,
because we can't get rid of Andy Dalton. I want to move Andy Dalton as soon as we're able to move Andy Dalton,
right,
but we can't move him right now. And that would require us being able to replace Andy Dalton with another quarterback. So you're locked in right there too. And I was not happy when I saw Andy Dalton just like chucking this ball into the bro. Andy is not Andy anymore. Let's face it, Andy is not Andy anymore. When I saw it in preseason, I was just like, oh my God, what did we just sign? Frank, what did you just sign? When I saw the name, I was just like, yeah, 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 yeah. Andy Dalton, Andy Dalton, Andy Dalton. Because obviously, if you know anything about Andy Dalton and what he did with the Bengals, your brain just automatically clicks and just goes, yes, sign him, sign him, sign him. For a cheap deal.
right.
But when you watch him play football in training camp and you watch him in preseason, you're going, uh-oh, we got a problem here. Why was this man signed to 3 years? Doesn't that sound shady to you?
A little bit, yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it. So now we're forced to either let that contract run out or move him. I say move him as soon as we're able to. I don't like this. There better be a good veteran quarterback on that quarterback carousel when we do move him. Otherwise, we don't.
Yeah, understandable.
And we'd be better off drafting a quarterback at that point, which we should be doing anyway.
Right, right.
Because no matter who we pick up as a third string quarterback right now, we're going to end up doing that anyway. So it's worth looking at. Wentz should be on this list as well, and Wentz is a walking piece of glass.
Yeah, that he is.
You
That
need
he
you need an
is.
offensive line that is literally Fort Knox to protect this dude, and we do not have that yet. Not even close to that yet.
Yeah,
Despite what everybody thinks, yeah, we signed those two guards. Yeah, we have Corbett, but Corbett's got that ankle injury history.
and a part of
Darboh and Nicky are liable.
and the thing is, a big part of me is biased towards Wentz because he is from Raleigh, North Carolina, just like me.
I mean, I like Wentz's potential, but he's a walking piece of glass.
Yeah,
He's a skeleton. And that's not what we need right now. We don't need a skeleton.
right.
We need a quarterback. You know? So, with that in mind, Cam Newton's out of the picture because he hadn't touched football in 3 years. Then you got Ryan Tannehill that's going to ask for $10 million right out of the gate.
Yep.
If you try to go for Cam Newton, he's going to ask for $10 million right out of the gate. That's just plus some more because you're asking for an entire season out of him.
This is true.
And the fact that he's going to have to settle for third string, which he's not happy about.
Right. Which I get, but then at the same time,
Yeah,
he's got to understand it's like, bro, you hadn't played in the league in a couple of
yeah,
years.
he's gonna cause all kinds of chaos. So you're gonna have to deal with that negativity and toxicity in your locker room and a distraction. No, thank you. So who is left? Nobody.
Yeah.
Like Dave, I don't get what you're trying to do here. Like we're not doing. I get if this was a distraction, so you could make sure to get who you wanted in the draft. If this was a smokescreen for that, I get it. You know, okay, I could maybe buy that because I bought that before. When you did this, but now, like, this is we're done with the draft. We're done with free agency. Now what, bro? Who? What are you trying to smokescreen?
Right.
I don't get it. I don't get what's the point here? What are we going after? So it and looking at this list, you missed your shot at Will Greer. Eh. You missed your shot at Kyle Allen. You missed your shot at Sam Hartman. Wentz is gone. The Rams got him, actually.
Right.
No, 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 no. Chiefs got him.
Wait, the Chiefs have Carson Wentz?
Yeah,
When the heck did that happen?
1 year deal, 3.3.
Wow.
Apparently, yeah, he's the Chiefs.
That is one.
Chiefs. See, here's the thing. That's the ideal situation for him because they have a Fort Knox offensive line.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So he went to the right place. I'm happy about that. They're going to get the most out of him. We missed out on Garoppolo, Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco would have been my call.
I see.
Marcus Mariota, Sam Darnold's garbage. Um, Kirk Cousins. We could have had Kirk Cousins for a much cheaper price, and he would have been a solid backup, and eventually replaced Andy Dalton. We would have told him day one, this is what we're doing with you. Andy Dalton's out the door. You're number two after that. It won't be long. We're waiting on this contract to go out. He would have said, all right, you guys got a plan? I'm down. I'll stick. Give me a number. Let's get this done. And it's that simple. Same with Joe Flacco. Just be upfront with these guys. But now that they're gone, you missed your shot.
Right, right.
We could have had Russell Wilson on the cheap, man. Are you kidding me? 1.2 million? You're telling me the Steelers paid 1.2 million for this man?
Yeah, pretty small amount.
Bro, 1.2 million for
Yeah.
1 year?
Yeah, we could have done that.
What the
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm pissed. Now I'm actually legitimately pissed off. Why would you not pick this man up after the failed experiment in Denver? Knowing that we could put something together with Russell Wilson and work around this man. Are you kidding me? We could resurrect this man's career.
Yeah, that much is true.
He's an RPO quarterback. What are we building right now? West Coast. That's exactly what he was running in Seattle. Ugh. For 1.2 million, you could have had a West Coast quarterback, renegade West Coast. Oh my god. That's frustrating to me. That's incredibly frustrating to me. That's going to stew on me for at least a few days.
Yeah, totally understandable.
You
That's
are kidding me. 1.2.
it's gonna.
Bro, we literally signed a 6'3" wide receiver for that much. Are you kidding me?
No, they're not. Apparently, they are not.
Dan, what are you doing? What? What? Why? Literally, why? I'm to the point where I'm just like, why?
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Uh, I think a lot of these names that we see in the transactions, just real quick. Um, two defenders after a workout. That was 3 days ago.
Yeah.
T.J. Smith, Cam Gill, workout guys. Apparently Gill is a native of Sumter, South Carolina. T.J. Smith was one of the people that was a linebacker with Dave Canales in Tampa.
Ah, interesting.
Yep. So I think that essentially these are really really interesting transaction moves,
Right.
and there's a lot to be said for what we're doing here. All right, so positionally, you got a defensive end, a wide receiver, offensive tackle, Crawford, corner, Willie Drew, another offensive tackle, offensive lineman, tight end. None of these names really stand out to me right now. You know,
Right. Right.
Darius Hodges. Darius Hodges is familiar to me. I think he was on a practice squad at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll take your word for it. I don't recognize the name, so I'll take your word for it.
It's slightly familiar to me.
Okay.
He's a defensive end. I mean, you do. We did pick up Andrew Rom.
Okay.
Andrew, yeah, the center. So Jaden Sheridan. Now, the only name out of the ones that I was particularly concerned with that we let go of was Spencer Brown,
Right.
because of the fact that I really, really liked Spencer Brown. I saw the potential in this dude, but he was not hitting the gaps hard enough.
Right.
The rest of these guys, you can do whatever you want with them. You know, to me, I mean, we re-signed Blackshear.
Right. Brought him back for another year. That we did.
How much faith do you have in Josh Neiman, the offensive tackle?
Mm,
Tell me about Josh.
can't can't really say that I have much. Don't really know much about him. So yeah,
Because
I don't know.
that's your backup tackle that's supposed to take the pressure off of Brady Christensen and Cade Mays right there. He's
Oh.
probably going to make the 53 because of that reason. If he separates himself from all these other tackles in the 90-man roster during training camp,
Right.
that's a big if, and I think he will. Because Christian Duffy, you know, Jeremiah Crawford, I don't know these guys. You know, I'd have to get to know them.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree.
But um, I think getting down to getting down to it, we have the potential to get 7 to 8 wins with this roster.
Right.
I see a lot of potential here to make this happen. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard work. Um, it's going to take blood, sweat, and tears to get to that 7 to 8 wins.
Yeah.
And if that's what we get, that's what we get. Whatever this record is, that's what we get. And we take that and we use that to get the rest of what we need.
That's what we got to do.
There's no other way around it. You got to sit on this schedule because these. Let's be real, folks. This schedule just sucks. I'm just being real with you. It sucks. But we've had worse ones.
Oh, much worse.
But as far as what we're trying to do, it's favorable. The way it's laid out, it's favorable. Um, I think even without the primetime games, we should be okay. And I kind of like that there's a bye week right before the Chiefs.
Yeah. That will hopefully
That
help with mental and physical preparation,
I
especially if
like
there's
that. I
especially if there's
also like
any
the fact that the Cardinals are in between the Cowboys and the Buccaneers
uh-huh.
in Week 16. There, that's going to help us. Um, I like that Tampa Bay is right in between KC and the Eagles. That gives us an opportunity at home to get a win.
Okay. Yeah.
We're fresh off a loss, we've humbled ourselves after that win against the Giants in Germany. We get our bye week. We take our medicine against KC, and then we say, okay, now we're back on a realistic plane. Let's go get a win
Right.
against the Buccaneers. Take another L to the Philly, to the Eagles. Take a loss to the Cowboys. Who cares? These to me, these big name teams. Who really cares? The point is the draft stock for me, because where we land on that draft stock is going to tell us exactly what we can get and what we cannot get.
Mhm.
With 7 to 8 wins, where would that put us? Between 10 and 15, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want, because that's going to set up a lot of really good talent for us that could fall out of the top 10. That's right where we want to be. We're getting the table scraps from the top 10. That's excellent. We got a number one pick this year. That's going to suit us well. And we got 9 picks.
Yep.
So we're sitting there at the top of the round every time. Right at the top of the round. Top third. Perfect.
Yeah.
Now, um, one last thing to address with that. Those compensatory picks that supposedly they're going to give us if the Chiefs have a worse record than us.
Okay.
Let's be real, folks. That ain't gonna happen.
That's definitely not going to happen.
We're not getting those picks. I'm just telling you that right now. It's not happening. If you think KC is going to get less than 8 wins, you're delusional
Yep.
with that loaded team of theirs. and one of those wins is going to be against us.
Yep.
There's just no getting around that.
No doubt about that.
So, what? How many picks does that give us total after that? Um,
Mm.
I need draft picks 25. Listen, picks 25. This is updated April 27th. Okay. Uh, so we have our own first rounder. We have a second rounder that we got out of the Rams. We have our third. We have a fourth. We have a fifth. We have a Giants fifth rounder as well. So that's two fifths. Our own sixth. Uh, our own seventh, unless it's lower than Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Arizona's seventh, unless it's lower than Carolina's. The Chiefs will get the higher of the two sevenths, but only one of them. And then a Kansas City seventh. So
Fair enough.
that's
Fair
where it
enough.
really gets interesting is that seventh round. And why I'm interested in this is because if you've got three seventh rounders, we need to start moving two of those up for a late round sixth and pick up a talent. Let's move that up. The seventh round is garbage time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's time we start taking advantage of the garbage time and turning that into a player. Did you see how much talent was on that board during the sixth round, bro?
Oh, there was loads. There was definitely loads.
That's what I'm telling you. The last 2 years, it has been a treasure trove. It's like Pandora's box in the sixth round. You couldn't walk around without finding a good talented player in the sixth round this uh this draft. That's why I'm telling you, we need to take advantage of this and do this.
Well,
Dan, it's up to you though.
it is up
Pick
to Dan. He's got to be on it. But anyway,
We got enough talent to get 6, 7 to 8 wins.
yeah, I think so too. I
Yep,
think so too.
we'll get it.
But schedule's out. We know what we're up against.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I guess it's just full speed ahead to these OTAs and get
Yep,
training camp going and see what how our guys are looking out there on the
Page 3.
field. And then before you know it, it'll be time for that first preseason game.
Mm-hmm. Pay attention to my Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps. I'll be posting my plans for training camp, and I'll also put out a video for that. Once I've figured out what I'm gonna do with that, because they moved it up to Charlotte, so this is gonna be a challenge. Um, I do want to do one weekend up there,
Oh yeah,
but that
that's right. It's not at Wofford.
pull off.
Yeah. I have to keep an eye out for when they get the schedule out for that.
That's usually going to drop about mid July.
Okay, so we got a little while.
Yeah, typically it drops about mid July.
Okay. Cause
But
that
yeah, I need to start scheduling something around that time.
right, right.
I'd like to do a joint practice if I can, and
Yeah.
it looks like the Jets are a joint practice day.
Oh really? Oh, okay. Cool, cool.
Okay, so preseason. What do we got here?
I know we got the Patriots, uh, Jets, and Bills.
Ooh, We got Jacksonville in preseason.
I thought we had the Patriots, Jets, and Bills.
Oh, Patriots, Jets, and Bills. Okay, okay, okay. We can work with that. We can work with that. Bu- preseason. I need to see exactly. Okay, so Twitter. Hold on. That's not it. I need it listed.
Oh, let's see.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Where are we at? Here we go. All right. So typically what they do is they'll do joint practices with week 2 and week 3.
Hmm.
If they do joint practices, you'll most likely see it against the third one.
Okay, fair enough.
So it looks like it's going to be Buffalo. If we do a joint practice, it'll be Buffalo.
Ooh,
Um, wow, August 24th. That's a really late preseason game.
yeah, it is.
Did they move up the NFL schedule again?
Uh, I have no idea, not that I know of.
Yikes, man! Yikes. Let me see this again.
But
Ooh, September 8th is our first week officially. So they're starting in September.
hmm
Huh. They used to start in the middle of August or at the end of August. Oh well. Um, works for me. But yeah, I'll be working on trying to get a weekend set up for that to where I could be up there.
right on,
I
right
don't know
on.
when that's going to happen. It could be 3 days during the regular week. It could be a weekend. I'm not sure, but it'll be 3 days straight for sure.
Yeah,
Uh, and we'll have to meet up and make that happen, bro. You
yeah.
know, one
And you know,
that's more accessible to you guys up there, you and David.
yeah, yeah. Since I've driven to
Yeah,
like Charlotte Concord so many times, yeah.
yeah.
But cool deal. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that will wrap up things for tonight. But yeah, um, definitely potential to improve on this season versus last season. But yeah, no matter what, keep pounding. We're gonna get through this,
Mm-hmm.
and you know what? Let's see what this team is made of.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
as usual, I want to thank everybody that came out and chatted up with us, not only on my channel but also Corey's channel as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, good conversations, good topics, and yeah, looking forward to the next one. Who knows how this center or cornerback situation, something may pop up. Let's keep our eyes out and our ears out and go from there. But y'all know the deal. Like, comment, follow, subscribe, all of the above for myself, for Corey. Um, Corey, remind them once more where they can find you.
For the YouTube channel, it is Keep Pounding 3869. Once again, that's Keep Pounding, all one word, 3869. Search that in the search bar for YouTube and you should find me. Um, and the logo should look like what you see on your screen. For me. Um, and also the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps. Again, that's the Facebook group page, not the regular page, but the group page. I've had people get that confused. So,
There you go. Very good, very good.
yep.
But it's been fun and keep pounding as usual.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody stay blessed. Hope everybody well, the weekend will be here in a couple of days, so hope
Yep.
everybody has a blessed weekend.
Yep.
Um and we will see y'all very soon for myself, Blitzball Champ, and
Keep pounding.
there it is. We will catch y'all in the next video and or live stream. Stay blessed.